for the September 23rd meeting of the Halifax Regional Council, and HRM is located in Mi'kma'ki, the ancestral and traditional lands of the Mi'kmaq people. The municipality acknowledges the peace and friendship treaties signed in this territory and recognizes that we are all treaty people. Colleagues, let's take a moment for quiet reflection or meditation as you like. And we will begin with special community announcements and acknowledgements. And I'd like to start us off that with just two items. The first is an acknowledgement of National Day for Truth and Reconciliation, Treaty Day, and Mi'kmaq History Month. I'd like to take a moment to recognize several important upcoming dates of reflection and action in our municipality and across Mi'kma'ki. This coming September 30th is the National Day for Truth and Reconciliation. It's a time to honor survivors of residential schools, the children who never returned home, and the families and communities who continue to carry this legacy. I encourage all residents of Halifax to take this day to listen and to learn and to commit to the ongoing work of reconciliation. Halifax, City Hall will be lit up in orange on September 29th and September 30th in recognition of this important day. Further, on October 1st, we mark Treaty Day, which commemorates the treaties of peace and friendship signed between the Mi'kmaq and the Crown. These treaties are living agreements, reminding us that we are all treaty people with shared responsibilities to uphold the spirit of respect, partnership, and mutual understanding. On October 1st, I invite you to join me in raising the Mi'kmaq flag while I read the proclamation at 1:30 p.m. in Grand Parade. The month of October is also Mi'kmaq History Month, a time to celebrate the rich culture, language, and contributions of the Mi'kmaq people whose unceded ancestral territory we are privileged to call home. This year's theme of storytelling and storytellers invites us to deepen our understanding of Mi'kmaq heritage and to recognize that reconciliation is not only about our past, but also about building a just future together. As a municipality, we recommit to strengthening our relationship with Mi'kmaq communities, honoring the truths of our shared history, and working in partnership toward meaningful change. And colleagues, one more here. The Halifax CIBC Run for the Cure is taking place on Sunday, October 5th at the Garrison Grounds. The event involves either a 1K or a 5K run or walk, uniting an incredible collective of Nova Scotians who want to show their support. It's an inspirational day that raises important funds for the Canadian Cancer Society, the largest charitable funder of breast cancer research in Canada. The Canadian Cancer Society invests dollars raised into groundbreaking breast cancer research, compassionate support services, trusted cancer information, and advocacy on behalf of all Canadians. Because of the funds raised through the CIBC Run for the Cure, we know more than ever before about how to prevent, diagnose, treat, and live with and beyond cancer. HRM has been an inspiration across the country over the last 2 years by raising funds far beyond the goals set for us, demonstrating once again the heartfelt care and support our communities have for each other. Please join them for a spectacular day on October 5th at the Garrison Grounds. Thank you very much for that, and we will go to Councillor Gillis, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to recognize the Sackville Business Awards are happening Wednesday, October 1st between 5 and 7:30 at the Sackawau Canoe Club, 159 First Lake Drive in Lower Sackville. Guest speaker Rajmi Prakash and MC Jason Baxter will be the host for that evening, and tickets are $25 for members of the Sackville Business Association and $50 for non-members. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and we'll go to Councillor Hinch, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have two things to announce. So the first thing was I wanted to say thank you to everyone who came out, who participated in the first district community cleanup. That was held on Saturday. I wanted to thank Susie Hanson, Trayvon Clayton, Dee Dee Sly, along with the folks from Halifax Waste Management and our residents. It was pretty much a successful event, and hopefully we'll continue this on a yearly basis. The other thing is this Thursday we will be holding our District 8 participatory budget voting night from 6 till 8 at the Maritime Hall at the Halifax Forum. Anyone who lives in District 8 is eligible to vote, including kids, and I hope to see you all there this Thursday night. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hinch. And moving to Councillor St. Amand, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I too have two events to announce. I've got two events coming up for the community this weekend. First, on Saturday, September 27th, the Sackville Kinsmen and Kinettes, as part of a series of food drives that they've been running, are going to be in Bedford at the Bedford Lions Club at the top of Holland Avenue, collecting food for the community pantry that the Bedford Lions host at that location. So they'll be there from 9 to 4, and I'm going to be there a couple of times during the day to provide my support. The other thing that's going on this weekend is on Sunday, September 29th, starting at 4:30, the Bedford United Church's free community meal resumes its fall schedule, and so they'll be delighted to welcome any and all to participate and come have a free meal and enjoy some conversation with folks from the community.
Thank you very much. And moving to Councillor Steele, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Tomorrow, Wednesday, September 24th, we, along with the RCMP, will be hosting a Beachville Lakeside Timberlake community consultation. The particular focus of this consultation is around the new community office, but it's also an opportunity for BLT residents to hear about our RCMP priorities as well. So looking forward to seeing BLT residents at the Lakeside Fire Hall between 6:30 and 8 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And moving to Councillor Kent, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to take a moment to thank Mayor and some of the councillors that were able to make a wonderful excursion on McNabb's Island. Certainly want to thank Kathy McCarthy and a member by the name of Royce. I can't remember his last name, so I'll just have a shout out for Royce for just giving us a little more information about the island and some wonderful walking and talking and all of that jazz, and a beautiful boat ride over. It was a spectacular day. Upcoming is on the 27th is the annual Shearwater Fall Welcome. It's a garden party and a bit of a fundraiser for the community group that supports the military housing and at 12 Wing Shearwater. Also, an exciting opening, official opening of the renewed and basically new dirt park in Eastern Passage Commons. It's amazing. It's from the folks that are in that sport and groups that use it, they are suggesting that it may very well be the best in the Maritimes. It is unbelievable. It's well worth coming down. Have you had a chance, Councillor Mancini? It's hard to believe, and I really can't wait to see it in action, because it's quite something. I also want to remind folks so that's on Saturday. Also want to remind folks that the following weekend is the Special Olympics truck convoy, which is always exciting to see and certainly a good cause, and also Station 16's Firehouse Open House on Saturday, the October 4th. So I hope to see a few of you there, and anyone who's listening. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and in particular, Councillor Kent, for your efforts organizing the day at McNabb's Island. Very well done and very enjoyable. Thank you for that. Councillor Cuddle, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and good morning, everyone. I just wanted to recognize that last week we celebrated the 5th anniversary of Shaw Wilderness Park. That's an amazing example of collaboration between the Nature Trust, or the Nature Trust of Nova Scotia, the Nature Conservancy of Canada, the Shaw group, the Backlands Coalition, coming together to protect and HRM. Thank you, Councillor Morris, including ourselves in that. Absolutely, it's a fantastic example of how different groups came together and protected a very special area in this city that's now available for all into the future and future generations. There's 75 people at that event at the Purcell's Cove Social Club, and it was just really wonderful to see everyone there and to celebrate that milestone. I also just want to take a moment to recognize that the YWCA is holding their AGM on September 25th, and this marks 150 years that the YWCA Halifax has been operating in our city, helping women, children, families, two-spirited and members of the LGBT community, live and thrive here. And it's incredible work that they do. They're one of our main stakeholders right now in providing new affordable housing options. And I just want to congratulate them on 150 years and wish them well for another 150. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Deputy Mayor, please.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor. Good morning, colleagues. I'd like to, our friend Will Brewer, our town crier. Well, he competed in a national competition for town criers, and he was awarded the People's Choice Award. So big congratulations to our town crier, Will Brewer. Very proud of our friend. Well done. Also, I'd like just to remind folks our annual municipal bike ride is happening this Thursday. We're going to do a share in District 5 and District 6. We're meeting at 3 o'clock at Graham's Grove. We will travel from there to Shuby Park and head to our pump track. And then we'll have some folks doing some tricks on the pump track. And we'll encourage other people to give it a whirl. We're going to meet the kids from Michael Wallace Elementary School at the pump track, bike back to Graham's Grove, and we're going to have free barbecue and ice cream, and all are welcome. And there will be bikes available for those that don't have bikes. And so rumors are some of the cool councillors that are in this room will be flipping burgers too. So look forward to that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and we'll move along to Councillor Hensby, please.
Thank you much, Mr. Mayor. It's a busy week in the district. Tomorrow evening in Mushaboom at 7 o'clock to be an area rate meeting to discuss a potential area rate to help support the local community center with its operational cost. On the 25th, on Thursday, I'm having a public meeting in Grand Desert to talk about the Grand Desert Beach. That'll be held at the St. Therese Center in regards to beach activity and what should there be kind of rules and regulations on that or not. And on the 26th, I want to acknowledge the retirement of Rosella Frazier, who worked with the municipality for almost 40 years. She'll be having a retirement this upcoming Friday. And also coming up on Saturday, the 27th, there'll be a lot of functions going on. There's a harvest brunch going on at St. David's Church in Lake Echo from 10 o'clock till 12. There's going to be the Eastern Shore Home Show going on from 12 o'clock to 4 at the rink in Musquodoboit Harbor. And then anybody in the Moose River area can go to a penny auction that night at 7 o'clock down the shore. And on the 28th, there's going to be a men's breakfast at the Mineville Lake Echo Fellowship Baptist Church, and Okuma is having a heroes breakfast at the Ball Center from 9:30 to 12:30 on Main Street in Westfall. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and congratulations and thanks to Ms. Fraser. That's lovely. And back to Councillor Cuddle, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to correct that the YWCA AGM is on Wednesday, September 24th, not the 25th. It's on the 24th at 5:15 at the St. Mary's Boat Club. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Not seeing any other... Oh.
Sorry, it's at the Cedars Event Center. I had pulled up an email that was from last year. So anyway, I got the right email now. Yes, it's at the Cedar Event Center at 5:15 on Wednesday. Thank you.
Okay, excellent. Very good. Thank you for that. Colleagues, could I have a motion to approve the September 9th minutes, please? I see Councillor Steele and seconded by Councillor St. Amand. Any discussion edits to those minutes? Seeing none, all in favor of approving those minutes, show of hands, please. And the minutes are adopted. Thank you. This brings us to the order of business. Mr. Clerk.
There are no added items for the meeting today, but there is one request to move item 15.5.1, 2026 Halifax Regional Council meeting schedule before item 15.1.1, 2026-27 budget schedule.
Okay, thank you very much for that. And Councillor Morse, please.
Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to request an information item, 21.1, regarding review of Halifax transit collisions be moved up to a future meeting for presentation, please.
So noted. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And Deputy Mayor, your name popped up but then went away again. Okay. All right. Very good. Any other bites at that apple of the order of business? I don't see any. Then, colleagues, all in favor of the amended order of business, hands up. And that is approved. Then we will now go to the consent agenda. And there are a number of things on the consent agenda today. I'm just going to go through them. But accepted. Okay, on the consent agenda are 15.1.2 Fall 2025 temporary borrowing resolution, 15.2.1 year-end financial statements and fourth quarter financial report, 15.3.1 2025-26 affordable housing grant program funding, 15.3.2 Orenda Canoe Club request for HRM funding. Thank you. Noted. 15.4.1 Hemlock Woolly Adelgid Management Plan and 15.5.2 Treat Accessibility Plan. And colleagues, I would like to remove 15.1.2 the Fall 2025 temporary borrowing resolution. And Councillor Hensby has asked to remove 15.3.2 Orenda. I see your name still on the board, Councillor Hensby. Are you satisfied? Okay. Anybody else? Okay. The consent agenda has been moved by Councillor Cleary. Is there a seconder? Councillor Hinch. Okay. And this is an electronic vote, friends, so we'll go to the voting. And the consent agenda is passed as amended. Business arising out of the minutes, seeing none. Calls for declaration of conflicts of interest, seeing none. Motions of reconsideration or rescission, there are none. And that brings us to number 10.1, consideration of deferred business. PLPROJ-2024-01075 Dartmouth Cove water lots. And colleagues, I'll just remind everyone that the motion is already on the floor. It was moved by Councillor Austin and seconded by Councillor Kent. And the motion is in your agenda there. And with that, we will go to Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, colleagues, for the deferral so that we could bring this back today. And thank you to all I know we have some folks here in attendance, to everyone in the community, both residents and property owners who have taken advantage of the opportunity to reach out to us over the last 2 weeks. It certainly has been a tide of correspondence coming our way over the last little while. I appreciate the engagement. So on this, what I'm asking you to do today is to vote no on the staff recommendation, and instead I will move alternative 3, which is the option of bringing in the full slate of infill restrictions such as the exact same that we have in the Northwest Arm in Dartmouth Cove. My reasons for moving this are, well, there's a few. The one is, of course, there is strong community sentiment. This is what Dartmouth wants on their waterfront. The second one kind kind of goes. And, I respect what staff have recommended to us. Staff have their job to do, and, they bring us their best advice. On this one, I think we need to go in the other direction, and there's a couple of reasons for it, and I think it's actually supported by good planning. The first is that if we don't have any rules, regulations here, then any property owner, any of the 9 with water lots in Dartmouth Cove, could unilaterally fill in their lots. And then rather than our waterfront planning that we have begun dictating what we want, having that community vision come forward, instead we end up responding to individual property decisions rather than having a collective vision for the waterfront guiding what happens. And, this is not an unusual thing to bring in amendments that are restrictive in advance of planning changes and in advance of major plans. I think back to when we adopted the regional plan. Originally, back 2008, there was a development freeze. A lot of people freaked the heck out at that one. But the municipality, so that we could bring in new planning rules, froze development. I think about the center plan where the established residential 2 zoning, which applies in all our potential heritage districts, is more restrictive than the established residential 3 zoning, precisely because we need time for our bigger planning efforts to catch up. This is the same sort of thing. It's, do you want to do this after you've done the big planning exercise, or do you want to do this before? And I think the before takes a whole lot less risk out of the planning process, because the planning process itself is what gets to guide what happens in Dartmouth. And so that's why I think from a staff point of view, I get why they recommended that we wait for the bigger thing, but sometimes in planning, you need to move first. And the third reason why I think we need to do this is the jurisdictional logjam that has absolutely plagued this issue, right? It has been basically 3 years of everyone in government kind of looking at each other. The only way we are going to break that dynamic is if we, as the municipality, make our stance clear, which is, I hope, that we will govern infill in Dartmouth Cove, that we will regulate it. The only way to break the jurisdictional logjam, to flesh out who's on board with what here, is if we change the dynamic and actually move ourselves and make our position clear. So I would ask you to vote no on this staff recommendation, and then I will come back and I will move alternative 3 to bring in the same regulations as the Northwest Arm Joyce. This is what my community is very strongly in favor of, and I think it's worthwhile to have a public hearing and fully consider this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Cuddle, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And I also want to note all the letters that have been received over the course of the last few weeks. It has been significant. And I'd say, the majority of them are about what people don't want to see, because we haven't really had the opportunity to create a vision for the Cove and potentially what we want it to be. But we know that, based on feedback from residents, that people don't want to see just infilling with no plan, no purpose, for having an impact on the environment, with no consideration for that impact. So I think that that's very clear. In reading the staff report, I'm just really curious in the risks associated with the alternatives. And, one is obviously about the federal and provincial support. I mean, even if we do pass this today, we still have to get it approved by the province, and this isn't the final step in creating those bylaws. But I do agree with Councillor Austin that we do need to make our position clear. But one of the risks that keeps coming up is the impact that this might have on preempting the outcomes of the Dartmouth, downtown Dartmouth waterfront revitalization project and the comprehensive land use review. And, I'm looking at the uses that would be permitted under the proposed bylaw, and it's park, it's ferry terminals, it's it's a number of things, and I'm trying to think, well, what else like, how is this restrictive? Like, I'm not really understanding how approving this today might impact the waterfront revitalization plan. And I'm wondering if you could just explain that risk a little more so I understand, please.
Hi, good morning. My name is Dali Saleh. I'm a senior planner with the Planned Growth team. I can definitely speak to and answer your question, Councillor, through the mayor. So with regards to DWR, but there is also the lead for the DWR project, Eric Lindsay, is available as well. So one of the things that, considering that the DWR project, which is for everybody watching at home, the Dartmouth Waterfront revitalization project, or downtown Dartmouth revitalization project, there's still a level of trying to determine the uses that could be envisioned for the area. And so we've received a lot, and Eric can probably speak to this a bit more through the engagement session for the DWR. We've received a lot of comments as in how the community envisions that specific area. As part of the recommendation, yes, the uses that are part of the water access zone are limiting in nature, but also as part of that, and this is something maybe I can clarify because it wasn't very clear in the last presentation that I gave, with the deferral to the DWR, by default, the abutting zone and designation would apply. So the abutting zone would be park access or park and community facility. So it is quite limiting in nature. But with that, I can probably pass the mic to Eric to talk a bit more about the uses tied to the DWR and the conflict relating to that.
So just to clarify, so currently, if it was infilled, the land use would be limited to park and what, that's current.
So if, and just to clarify, so with the deferral, as in staff's recommendation to defer the council's decision or any kind of amendments to the DWR project, the abutting zone would apply to the area, which is park and community facility. If council chooses to move with alternative one, which is applying the water access zone and designation, there are restrictions tied to the water access zone. So the limit of, in terms of number of uses that would be permitted, it would be limited. And it would not include any residential development or any of that.
Like commercial development.
Or commercial development, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
I'd just like to add a clarification, Luc Ouellette, Principal Planner at Planned Growth Team. That is true for one of the water lots that has the park institutional zone. There are also other lots that have the downtown Dartmouth zone, but those are the King's Wharf property that have a active development agreement. And even if council were to pass regulations, the development agreement have primacy, they would still be in place and they would control land use in the area. The other ones are the what are called the Smithers properties, and those have the future growth node designation on them. They've been, for the most part, fully infill. There might be a number of meters that they could still infill, but for the most part, those water lots have been almost completely infill, and they would carry the future growth node zone. So the major water lot that has not been infilled, that's the one that would have the park and institutional zone on it. So if there was an infill that were to happen, it would just take on that abutting zone.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Kent, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I am supporting Councillor Austin's approach for a number of reasons. So that's to vote down the recommendation and adopt recommendation 3. We all know and we appreciate, I too want to thank everyone who has taken the time to express their opinions and their concerns. Sam or Councillor Austin and I share the community. I don't necessarily have that particular area in my district, but I have a lot of stakeholders that and families that enjoy that. I was part of the original Dartmouth Harbourfront Trail councillor when this wastewater treatment plan was being built. I'm very proud of that work that we did then, And that really is I see as what should be the legacy that stays, allows public access. And what better way to do that than to protect this cove? The jurisdictional hot potato is beyond rational for me to accept. It truly is an area that we continue to struggle with some of the decisions or the emptiness of any kind of response from the province, and I'm a little concerned with the space that the current MP for Dartmouth has. The letter that was taken, I found it ambiguous and not clear about really what the stance is. So the idea of us pushing further into an area where we have some control, or at least we want to have some form of control, it's us taking a stand. It's us taking a stand and saying we want to protect Dartmouth Cove. And if that stand is approved here today, no doubt in my mind, the province will hear about it. I need to know from staff, and I'm not sure who that would be, if that municipal oversight would go with the types of zoning and designations and such for the current area that's being suggested in will be suggested in option number 3, if that municipal space, because if it is, I see that as a positive in this case, because I hope it'll wake them up to taking action. And frankly, we've all been in the position, and certainly in the council before this, where we are in the throes of making decisions, and the province or the feds, but in most cases the province sits by and does nothing. And yet it's a jurisdiction that they should be doing something in, and we take all of the heat. We take all of the pushback from the community because we are seen as the go-to for residents. And I like that as a councillor. I'm okay with that. But in this case, what I feel will happen, and it should happen, is I'm hoping it'll kickstart the other jurisdictions at levels of government who should be looking at this and making decisions, coming to a conclusion of what it is that they see there. The last thing that I'll speak to is the importance of our harbor space retaining public access. This is a huge harbor, and there is already a lot of working harbor space on that harbor. I said it in the last meeting that we had. We have very limited public space that is a domain that can be utilized and potentially get that close to a park space, for instance, or a space that is dedicated along that trail that is already there, and saving that kind of environment. I said before, when I was on council the first time, when we created the first regional plan, a harbor plan was supposed to be created as well. It fell by the wayside. And thanks to, I think, a lot of very good leadership, very good councils along the way, we've been successful in a lot of locations around the harbor. But in this case, I think the success comes with saving Dartmouth Cove through this approach. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kent, and we'll move to Councillor Hensby, please.
Well, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to ask our solicitor in regards to the so-called northwest arm protection of in-lot filling, the water lot in-lot filling. What protection is there truly there? Because I believe anybody who has a water lot in the northwest arm can still make an application to Transport Canada infill. Is that not correct?
Yes. Anybody who owns a water lot can make an application to Transport Canada. You're correct.
And so we have no jurisdiction of nullifying that application to Transport Canada, right?
No, municipal council has passed a bylaw which prevents infilling in the northwest arm after consultation with the federal government's lawyers and others on that stretch. Yes. So there is, within the British North America Act, there is authority for the province, who can then subsequently delegate it, to regulate with respect to property and civil rights in the province of Nova Scotia. So, that is the approach that this council took in terms of registering that. But, I mean, as council's aware, this is a national harbor, and there are certain powers in pith and substance, as it were, that come into play depending on where and to what extent the municipality is potentially intruding into matters of navigation or other marine or the national harbor, and that becomes the challenge. And if we want to have a further discussion, then I suggest we need to go in camera.
Well, Mr. Mayor, I think that people believe that the bylaw we have for the Northwest Arm is the panacea, is going to correct all problems, which is not. It's nothing but a paper tiger, in my opinion, because the federal government still has jurisdiction to approve any infilling of lots on the Northwest Arm or anywhere else in the harbor, and as long as it meets the need of not to interfere with navigation and recreation. So I'm not going to support the motion because I believe we're outside our jurisdiction, and I believe that we should be leaving it at that. And those folks worried about infill in the harbor or whatever in regards to Dartmouth Cove, it's quite a different situation where you have this area to be infilled is separated by a railway track corridor. Northwest Arm, the residents have access straight to the shoreline. They own the shoreline to the high water mark. This is not the case in this particular piece of property. And if it was to be infilled, it's already been zoned that once it breaks the water table and the water surface and it fixes itself to land, and then becomes the local zoning, which is park and recreation. Would that not be an enhancement to the Dartmouth Cove area than what's currently there now? So I will not be supporting the recommendation. I think we're just going down a road that is not ours to travel. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor White, please.
Thank you, Mayor. My question was for staff. If we proceed with what Councillor Austin is encouraging us to, how would that affect strategic infilling that we might want to do with respect to the full Dartmouth waterfront, or even specifically in Dartmouth Cove later, if there was things that the community did want to do? How would that affect that within the Cove and within the whole Dartmouth revitalization plan?
Mr. Mayor, through Mr. Mayor to Councillor White. So there are certainly, I think, with the lack of support of the provincial and federal government, there are going to be infilling would be limited, essentially. So, and the ability, as in the municipality's ability to regulate infilling would be limited. So this would create essentially enforcement issues. So if council moves ahead with applying, let's say, the amendments to the plan and the bylaw that are tied to Alternative 3, as part of the DWR project, all of that would have to be revisited again. So essentially, that entire project, the DWR project, could essentially revisit and would require additional amendments to both the plan and the bylaw in the future.
Okay, I think I understand that if we make these bylaws now, we could later amend them if the waterfront plan led us in that direction. That's what I'm hearing.
That's correct.
Okay.
No.
No. Okay.
If I may, Mr. Mayor, to you. So this bylaw would prevent infilling in the Dartmouth Cove area, notwithstanding what the DWR would conclude at the end of the day. Unless
so for
the
the
weather
Cove
changes.
Specifically, it would prevent, but for the rest
in
of
this zone, there would be no infilling. Yes,
but the rest of the
Alternative
zone
3.
would still be open for strategic.
Not within
The rest of the
Dartmouth
whole waterfront zone.
That whole area from Kingsworth around
Yeah.
to the Cove would be prevented to be infilling under Alternative 3.
But the whole rest of the harbor that's under this waterfront revitalization
No,
plan.
correct.
Okay.
Yeah, other
Thank you.
parts, yeah.
Thank you, John. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Purdy, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And that was a good question. And I'm also wondering, for the owner of this property, and I'm happy to support the alternative there with Councillor Austin, but I'm just wondering what would be the risk to the municipality? Are we looking? Oh.
That's a matter that we would have to go in camera to discuss. In terms of, I believe there is correspondence on file in terms of one of the property owners' position on this, which you will have had and been shared. If you want my view on it, then we have to go in camera.
Okay. Yeah. Well, yeah, that's kind of a big. It's kind of a big thing. So I would like to go in camera to discuss that if we could, the risk.
There's a motion to go in camera. And this is, seconded by the deputy mayor. Ian, is that a hand vote? All in favor? What? Sorry, colleagues, a little too. Hands up. Yeah. Okay, that passes. So we'll give the clerk a minute to.
I know. Unfortunately.
We'll give the clerk a minute to prepare the room and then carry on. Okay, colleagues, we are back in open session and we'll come back to order. I don't see any names on the list. Is anybody having the urge to, Mr. Clerk, is there a list to return to? No. Okay. Okay, I see the Deputy Mayor.
Well, we couldn't let that go now, could we, Mr. Mayor? Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, you know, infilling is not a bad thing. Infilling with a purpose is a good thing. We have lots of examples. I mean, King's Wharf, for example, changed the downtown of Dartmouth. And they continue to expand on that project. There's been infilling in Bedford, and there'll be potentially more infilling in Bedford as we look at the Mill Cove and potentially the ferry terminal. And there's lots of examples of infilling with a purpose that's good. The original plan from the applicant wasn't crystal clear on what the future use of this land would be if they were allowed to infill. It was quite clear that they had a contract to put the slate into the harbor, which it has to go into salt water and neutralize it. Understand that, but there wasn't a real clear plan. Now, things have changed, and they've come forward with a different plan that looks at green space and looks at improvement to the water and the environment in the water, a better plan. The challenge is, and I mean this respectfully, and I see representatives of the applicant in the room, I look them in the eye when I say this, that the challenge is Dartmouthians don't have a lot of trust in this company because of behavior. There lies the problem. You know, there was Jersey barriers put up to prevent people from using the trail. They put Jersey barriers up to prevent people, residents, to use the trail. They threatened to sue the local member of parliament. So there's a lack of trust. Even though the plan they have, I look at it, is a much better plan than what they originally came to the table with. Lots of comparisons to the Northwest Arm. It's not really apples to apples. You know, Northwest Arm was about recreation, and here we're talking about a working harbor, and Councillor Austin stated maybe earlier that there's debate of a working harbor in this area. You know, and it's interesting, Councillor Hensby said he's supporting he's not going to support Councillor Austin, but he did support the Northwest Arm. You know, staff had the recommendation of the downtown Dartmouth waterfront revitalization project. In an ideal world, I agree with staff, and I thank staff for that recommendation. But this is not an ideal world because of things I mentioned. Let's be clear. If Councillor Austin's alternative 3 passes today, here's the process in front of us. It'll go to first reading, and then I believe on October 7th, it'll go to second reading. At that point in time, this chamber will be full of Dartmouthians and other Haligonians. This chamber will be full, and we'll hear all the opposition to it. There'll be a vote, and I'm open-minded to it once we get there. By all means, I'm always open-minded when we're in chambers discussing items. If I looked at any crystal ball at this point in time, and I have to be careful I'm not eating crushed dust, but crushed glass, but my prediction would be that will pass. And then it's up to the province. And the province can make their decision. Now, Councillor Hensby at the last council meeting when we brought this up said the province will not allow this bylaw to happen, and that may be so. But our role as councillors is to make a decision based on what we think is the right thing to do. We cannot sit here and say, well, the province wants A or the province wants B. That's the province's prerogative. They have the legal right to override any decision we make. But we can't make decisions based on what the province wants or doesn't want, in my opinion. My one question here is clarification, and I wonder if Mr. Traves could clarify it. Someone asked if a bylaw was created, that the bylaw cannot be amended, this bylaw. Can you clarify that for me? I may have misunderstood that, John, but he wouldn't mind. So I think the question was, if this bylaw passes, we create the bylaw, can that bylaw be amended later on?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Bylaws are in full force and effect unless challenged or until council, on first and second reading, chooses to make amendment to it.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. I'm obviously misheard. So, look, I'll support Councillor Austin on this. You're going to see Dartmouthians come out in full force on this conversation, and we need to have good conversation. So I appreciate the great debate here today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Cuddle, please.
Thank you, Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There is a lot to consider here. I'm just wondering if staff could just walk me through what's the primary difference between alternative 1 and alternative 3?
Through Mayor to the councillor. So with alternative 1, it applies essentially a new zone and a designation to the entire area, which is the water access zone and designation, which is considered layer 1. If we want to compare it to the Northwest Arm amendments. With alternative number 2, so with that alternative, with the new zoning and designation, it would limit essentially the uses that would be permitted. With alternative 3, it includes, essentially it limits infilling and it prohibits infilling. And that wording is very specific in both the amendments to the municipal planning strategy and the land use bylaw. So it explicitly prohibits infilling.
Okay. And in any of these scenarios or any of this work, has an environmental assessment been done on Dartmouth Cove that considered both the Shubenacadie River, where it empties out into Dartmouth Cove, or the other environmental aspects of the cove? Has that work been done?
Yes, for purposes of their application for infilling to Department of Fisheries and Oceans, they would have to prepare environmental assessment. The federal government has jurisdiction over environmental matters in the harbor, and they would be required to submit that information as part of their application for infilling.
Okay. It's one of those things that, I wish the Dartmouth waterfront plan was further advanced, because I think that would really help inform, what we do now and where we go next with purpose and reason and with clarity. I know there is a bigger ambition, that this is like the Halifax waterfront 2.0. And when I look at the Halifax waterfront, I see a lot of private commercial business. I see restaurants, I see hotels, I see residential development. I also see some nicely landscaped parks. So my one concern, and this is the big difference between the Northwest Arm and Dartmouth Cove, is the Northwest Arm was residential. There was no commercial activity, no industrial activity, no, but it's residential and parkland, and primarily used for recreational purposes. The history and the nature of Dartmouth Cove and current use is quite different, and I don't have that crystal ball, Councillor Mancini, about what Dartmouth Cove could be, but I do have concerns in passing bylaws ahead of a plan that could limit what could happen there in the future in terms of developing that into a space that that is dynamic and interesting and has, commercial development and private development that's, appropriate for the place and the future vision. And we're just not there yet. So, I do know that staff have put forward a recommendation. I'm gonna consider that some more. Sam, I know that you've had, obviously a lot of letters and a lot of pressure to halt any infill, but I'm gonna listen to any further arguments and consider my vote. Thank you.
Councillor Austin, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And so to kind of wrap things up potentially here, the working harbor piece. Dartmouth Cove does have a different history. It was industrial. There was a shipyard there. There was a molasses factory there. Back in the old days, there was a chocolate factory. There was a bunch of industrial activity in this area. However, most of that is now gone. And most of the direction of our planning has been to do residential things. Kings Wharf, the plan for the Dartmouth Cove, like the language gets confused, the upland kind of derelict industrial lands, because all the industry's gone. The only thing we have left down there is Dominion Diving. The Smithers property has residential commercial, kind of a Kings Wharf style thing proposed for it. The only thing left is Dominion Diving. This is not the working harbor the way it once was. If that's what we were trying to preserve here, then we shouldn't have gone down the road of all the planning that we've been doing. The one thing, I mean, I think a lot of the conversation keeps veering because the application from the Atlantic Road folks is what sparked, this whole conversation. But I think it is important to remember it is not just their water lot we're talking about. We're talking about several water lots that ring around the cove. And so it does impact more than one location, although that's the one that's attracted all the public attention. I wanted to ask, in terms of the staff recommendation, briefly, center plan amendment cycle. Like, we've amended the center plan several times over now, and I understand, unlike the past, the intent with the center plan is to make it an evergreen living document that we're constantly amending on. Do we have a set status of when we're coming forward with amendments to that, going forward? I don't know if anyone here is equipped to answer that one. Kind of more of a Kate Green
Are you
scheme.
speaking specifically on if council were to adopt amendments?
No, just if council were to adopt this, because we've amended the center plan, I think 3 or 4 times now, and my understanding from the center plan team is we have a regular cycle of amendments going forward. So if we adopt infill restrictions, there's going to be presumably many opportunities where we can revisit and take a look at things once we actually have the Dartmouth waterfront plan in place to actually draw some inspiration from as to what we want and what we want where.
I believe the attempt is every 6 months they provide an amendments package.
Every 6 months, an amendment package for the center plan. So, I mean, there's no need to wait. And in fact, the risk on waiting is that rather than our vision for a waterfront that the community has pieces of, rather than that vision for a waterfront dictating how things are going to happen, we're going to have the individual actions of various property owners dictating what our planning is. We should be letting the community vision come forward. We've done that in the past. There's precedent where we've brought in restrictions and then amended plans. That's a totally valid thing that has happened in planning in the past, and I think that's what we should do here. So I would urge you to vote down the staff recommendation and let's move forward with alternative 3.
Thank you very much. I don't see any other names on the list. Councillor Austin knows I've shared my position with Councillor Austin. I do want to just share it in open session. I've got no particular stake in this, and I honor and respect Councillor Austin's passion around the issue and doing what he feels is right for his residents, and so he should. So thank you for that, Councillor Austin. My concerns are twofold. They are that we follow a good planning process and that we limit legal risk to HRM. So for me, good planning process would mean going through the Dartmouth Waterfront Revitalization Plan before we implement any bylaws, so that the bylaws can be informed by public consultation and other considerations. It seems likely that should we proceed with the bylaw, there will be a legal challenge that could be quite lengthy and costly, and I'm interested in mitigating that risk. So for these reasons, I'm unable to support Councillor Austin's proposed amendment today. I don't see any other names on the list. Colleagues, what's your question has been called? Thank you. Right, so we were voting on the staff recommendation, which is in the agenda and in the report. And depending on what happens with that vote, should staff recommendation be voted down, we would then, I think, Councillor Austin would have an alternative for us. Okay, so to the voting. And the staff recommendation fails. So we are going to go back to Councillor Austin, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, colleagues. So I move to give first reading to consider proposed amendments to the Regional Center Secondary Municipal Planning Strategy and the Regional Center Land Use Bylaw as set out in attachments J and K of this report to restrict water lot development and infilling in Dartmouth Cove and schedule a public hearing.
I think that second was Councillor Kent. Very good. Called. And the motion carries. Okay, thank you very much. It's 10 to, we can take care of a couple more things here before the midday recess. Colleagues, we do have a heritage meeting, a heritage hearing at 1 p.m. So we'll be back for that. But let's get through, Mr. Clerk, item 11, notices of tabled matters. I don't believe there are any. Item 13, correspondence, petitions, and delegations.
Correspondence was received for item 10.1 and circulated to all members of Regional Council.
Okay, thank you very much. Colleagues, any petitions to table today? Not seeing any. No information items brought forward. And then that brings us to 15.1 on the reports, which we will, when we conclude the public hearing, we will, oh, I see Councilor Purdy, please.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor. I was just wondering, this is a little late, but would it be possible to bring forward item 21.1 for next council meeting for discussion? Was it already done? Councilor Austin giving me wrong advice. Okay, thank you. Appreciate that.
Okay, thank you very much. So the order of operations will be the heritage hearing at 1, then we'll do 15.5.1 council budget, then we'll go into 15.1.1 budget schedule, and then we'll carry on from there. So colleagues, enjoy your lunch, and we'll see you back at 1 for the hearing. Okay, colleagues, we've got quorum and it's 1 o'clock and we're back. I'm going to call us back to order here. We are at item 12.1, which is a heritage hearing. HRTG 2024-01522, request to include 2313 Maynard Street, Halifax in the Registry of Heritage Properties for the HRM. And I want to say to everyone, thank you for joining the heritage hearing today. We'll start with a staff presentation from staff. Thank you. And then as a reminder to council and to those watching from home, at a heritage hearing, only the registered property owner can speak or provide correspondence to council. I will now ask staff to come forward for the presentation. And Mr. Gong, the floor is yours when you're ready.
Thank you, Ms. Mel. Good afternoon, Ms. Mel and councillors. My name is Shao Qiu Gong, planner.
Mr. Gong, I wonder if we just would pause for what we're just missing one councillor, and if you begin before she arrives, she'll be unable to participate. Sure. I understand she's just perhaps in the stairs or something.
Sure.
Thank you for your accommodation. Okay, stylish as ever, Councillor Gillis. Okay, very well done. Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Gong. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Once again, good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and councillors. My name is Shao Qiu Gong, planner from Heritage Property Program. Today, I'm pleased to present you the case HRTG 2024-01522, the heritage registration for 2316 Maynard Street, Halifax. In July 2024, an application was made by the current owners to consider the inclusion of 2316 Maynard Street in the Registry of Heritage Property for the Halifax Regional Municipality. The property is known as Porter House in the community. Porter's House is located on the west side of Maynard Street between Kerna Street and Woodrow Street. It's in the proposed Queensfield Heritage Conservation District. At their June meeting, the Heritage Advisory Committee was asked to evaluate the property using the specific criteria. Today, I will present the findings for each criterion and followed by the final score. The first criterion is the age. Documentary evidence suggests its construction date is before 1864, making it one of the earliest surviving houses on Maynard Street. In 1862, carpenter Frederick Warner purchased the land in Woodrow Field. Within 2 years, ownership shifted through a series of transactions, and the deed from 1864 refers to a division wall of a double cottage. That detail confirms that the structure was already standing in 1864. The 1865 church map shown on the right also depicts the house. The second criteria is the historical importance, which lies in its associations with members of Halifax African Nova Scotian community. The first one is George Roach, who purchased the property in 1906. Roach was a cook and steward who later became a successful restorator and a leader in the community. He served as a vice president of the Atlantic Advocate newspaper and was deeply involved in the Black Masonic Lodge. George's daughter, Blanca Roach Davis, was the second community member associated with the property. He was the first Black woman to graduate from Halifax Conservatory of Music in both piano and voice instruction. After teaching in North Carolina, she returned to Halifax teaching music from Porter's House. Later, she and her husband, Morris Davis, moved into the property in 1926. The last two historical figures associated with Porter's House are Morris Davis and Brooker Roach, both career porters. Morris Davis was the husband of Blanca and lived at the property as newlywed. Brooke Roach was the son of George Roach and the stepbrother to Blanca Davis, who was born at the property and inherited it after his parents' death. Both Brooke and Morris worked as railway porters during a time of well-documented racial discrimination, but both of them managed to advance to porter instructor despite the system barriers to advancement. Brooker later became the chairman of the local chapter of the Railway Worker Union. And turning now to the builders, evidence suggests that the house was constructed by Frederick Warner, a carpenter who purchased the lot in 1862. Warner secured a mortgage through the Nova Scotia Building Fund, which specifically supports the house construction. This makes him the most likely the builder of the frame and foundation, while William Crum, a cabin maker who purchased the house in 1864, may have added interior detailing. Unfortunately, the heritage research hasn't identified any buildings surviving built by them. Criteria 4A is a construction type. Based on the photograph of the exposed structural elements in the basement, Porter's House is an example of combination framing. This hybrid technique blends both traditional timber frame and balloon framing method in the transition period. The building is built atop a brick and stone foundation with wood cladding. Criteria 4B is style. Porter's House is an early interpretation of Halifax boxes. This was a common local building form in the mid-19th century to early 20th centuries, typically two-story height with near-flat roof and simple rectangle plan. Porter's House also has some Italian-influenced features, such as the narrowed parrot windows. Character-defining elements include, but not limited to, two-story Halifax box style dwelling, central brick chimney, flat and narrow wood windows, parrot wood windows on the facade's second floor, projecting eaves with wood detailing, wood moat corner boards, and elevated front entrance with enclosed porch. In terms of integrity, the property demonstrates modernary integrity with some alterations. The original footprint, roof line, and overall form remain unchanged, but the noticeable alterations include the rear additions and chimney, window modifications, and vinyl cladding along the side of the building. Finally, our last criterion is the relationship to the surrounding area. Porter's House has physical, visual, and historical associations with the surrounding area. Porter's House is one of the earliest property on Maynard Street, constructed at the beginning of the housing construction surge in the mid-19th century. The property is consistent with the architectural form in Maynard Cretan area. The individuals associated with this property were deeply connected to the community history and contribute to the civil rights fight. At their June 2025 meeting, the Heritage Advisory Committee evaluated the subject property and awarded a total of 63 points out of a possible 100. The result has been sent to the property owners, and today, Lisa Rose, one of the property owners, would like to speak in the hearing as well. Given the score of 63, the following positive recommendation is before the council for your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Mr. Gong. And before I open the public hearing and invite the owner to speak, I just want to check with colleagues to see if they have any questions of clarification for staff. Okay, not seeing any. I'll now open the heritage hearing and invite Lisa Ross, the property owner, to come forward. And you've got 10 minutes to present, and the floor is yours when you're ready. And welcome.
I'll take 10 minutes to express the reason and our want for this heritage status for our house. The main reason that we came forward and applied for heritage status was because we feel that the community that we live in is one that is definitely worth preserving, and that we really believe in the heritage designation for the whole community of the Creighton Fields. The community is full of young families. It is very at a human scale. People are out on the sidewalks, sitting on their front porches, exactly like they were in, 1864 when these houses were built. I guess ours is the first, so not 1864. More like 1890, and the community is functioning like it was back in the day, and all the way through. The Days still live across the street from us, and so we have still some connection to the original owners and the original families that lived in that community. It's an extremely important part of Halifax. It is very, very well preserved, and we have applied to mostly try and encourage our neighbors to apply as well, which I believe some of them have, so that we can make sure that Creighton Fields is protected, and that even houses that aren't within the heritage status are protected under the Creighton Fields heritage area, because the streetscape, the landscape, and the feel of that neighborhood is very truly Halifax downtown. And if we lost that feel, we would be losing something that's, I think, really, really important to what Halifax is.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ross, for the presentation. And I'd like to see if there are any questions of clarification from members of council of the owner. And seeing none, could I have a motion to close the heritage hearing? Councillor Hartling, seconded by Councillor Steele. And that's a hand vote, I think, Mr. Clerk. Yeah, so all in favor of closing the heritage hearing, and we're going to close that. That's great. And any further questions of clarification by council of staff? Anything at all to discuss? I'm not seeing any. What's your pleasure, council? Should we have the question? The question has been called. Oh, I beg your pardon. Yes, Councillor Hinch, if you wouldn't mind putting the motion on the floor. We should have a question before we vote on it, I think.
You have a question?
Yeah, floor is yours, Councillor Hinch.
Oh. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, Halifax Regional Council approved the request to include 2316 Manor Street, Halifax, in the Registry of Heritage Properties for the Halifax Regional Municipality, as shown on map 1 of the staff report dated May 6, 2025, as a municipal heritage property under the Heritage Property Act.
Seconded by Councillor Cuddle. And looks like we're moving right into the question. I don't see
Can
any
I just,
further. Oh,
just
yeah,
say
of
just
course.
a little thing. So I'm very, I love my area. I love Manor Street. I as a matter of fact, there was a couple, maybe about a month or so ago, I ran into Melinda Day, who we sat out on her porch, and she was telling me about, all the things, all the different families that have grown up in that area, and how it's still supported to this very day. They just had a barbecue maybe a few weeks ago with regards to honoring her mother, Laura Day. So it was a very nice event, and this community is still thriving, and it's still lovely to see that we still have, you know, the historic part of it, and that we will continue to still have that part of it. So that's all I just really wanted to say. So thank you for bringing this forward.
Okay, thank you very much. Shall we have the question? Okay. And the motion carries unanimously. Congratulations, and thank you for being a wonderful caretaker for the property and the neighborhood. All right. Thank you, colleagues. We will move on now, and pursuant to the reordered order of business, we're going to be undertaking 15.5.1, which is the Halifax Regional Council meeting schedule for 2026. And I don't think there's a presentation here. Is there a presentation here? No, no presentation. Would anyone like to put the motion on the floor, please? Councillor Deagle-Gammon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that the Halifax Regional Council adopt the proposed 2026 Regional Council meeting schedule as outlined in Attachment 1 of the report dated September 15th, 2025.
Seconded by Councillor Kent. Any discussion on that?
No discussion from me. It's good.
Okay. All right. Question's been called. And the motion carries. Very good. Thank you. That brings us to item 15.1.1, the 2026-2027 budget schedule. And I understand there is a presentation for this, so we'll turn the floor over to the staff, and the floor is yours when you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm Tyler Higgins, Manager of Budgets and Reserves, and with me is Dave Harley, Director of Financial Operations. I will run very quickly through a presentation over the budget schedule for the 26-27 budget that's coming up. So the budget that we'll be preparing, we're currently basing it on direction that we received in July from Council. And the big one is that the budget be completed by March 31st. So we've had to kind of back up some dates to make that work a bit. And the other thing that the way that we're building up the budget, I guess our framework that we'll be using is that the budget will only include CPI increases, contractual increases, and in-year decisions that have been made by Council. So that's what we'll be building the forecast that you'll see in November in budget direction. So the schedule that, the big thing that we're changing on the schedule is that budget direction will be for 2 days. And I realize some new councilors probably don't know what I mean by budget direction. What that meeting is meant to do is give staff the framework of how to build the budget. So we'll be looking for what you're expecting in the budget. At that point in time, we go away, build the budget up to, to that framework. Again, that's going to be on November 19th and 20th. And what we're going to be doing that's new at that is we're bringing forward any service enhancement or reduction to be debated at that point in time. So in the past, you would have seen those enhancements or reductions in the business plans. We're going to be doing that all at the beginning now. So we'll have that direction to go build the budgets with those changes that Council has approved, or Budget Committee, excuse me. So what we'll be bringing forward in November, that proposed budget framework or the direction that we have, it will not include those enhancements or reductions. We'll be looking for direction from Budget Committee to include them or not. And the idea is that we really want to give an overall picture of what the budget will look at the beginning versus piecemeal throughout the budget. So the actual dates and how that's going to line up is, again, November we'll be back here again with the budget directions with service enhancements and reductions. December, you'll start seeing the capital pieces flow through. We'll be having an update with advanced tenders. January, PVSC will be here presenting on the assessment role. Then on January 16th, you'll be getting the draft budget book mail out. And again, that'll be built based on the direction that we get on November 19th or 20th, 21st. Then on January 27th, something new that we'll be doing this year is we're going to have an evening public participation. So that's just opening up public participation to be a bit more accommodating to people's schedules. And then after that, we get into the actual presentations and budget debates. So up first will be the capital budget that's scheduled for 2 days. Then on February 4th, we'll be coming in, or we'll be starting, all the business unit presentations. I have another slide that'll be talking about those. Then March 4th, we do have the budget adjustment list scheduled. And what that budget adjustment list is, it'll be for things that have come up during the business unit presentations that budget committee would like to see in or out. Then on March 31st, we have budget ratification. So that's when we hope to have it all complete. So the business unit presentations, similar to last year, we'll have them grouped by category. And the approach we're taking is what I'm calling the 3x3. So we have 3 meetings a week over 3 weeks. We'll be starting with the operations grouping, followed by public safety, then corporate services. Now, I know there's only 2 days listed there for corporate services, but the last day is actually a contingency date in case we fall behind. And the idea is that we will have public participation at the beginning of each of these groupings. So that's a very quick presentation on the schedule, and we're here to take any questions.
Thank you for the presentation. Councillor Cuddle, please.
Thank you. Should we put the motion on the floor first? And would the chair of the budget committee like to put the motion on the floor?
Thank you very much. Thank you for the presentation. So yes, I would move that the Halifax Regional Council approve the proposed 2026-27 budget schedule as outlined in the staff report dated September 17th, 2025.
Seconded by Councillor Hinch.
So it'd be, I'm looking forward to hearing the dialogue and the discussion on this. I know that a lot of work has gone into councillors giving feedback on last year's budget and how it progressed, and to make changes to make it a little bit more clear and more efficient this year. And I think the staff have done a really nice job of bringing that together. Very pleased to see, that we haven't reduced the public participation, that it is back with the business unit. So it does seem like a more streamlined approach to how we're going to address budget this year. I'm really curious to see how council feels about this, and there is going to be another opportunity for council to do an informal session on budget participation as well, right? So thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look forward to the conversation.
Thank you very much for that. Councillor Cuddle, you lost your place in line there. Would you like to continue? Or?
Oh, yes, please.
Okay.
And can I get the 5 minutes back there? Thank you. Yes, so thank you very much. It's good to kind of see this plan in advance and have a little walkthrough so we all know what to expect as we go. I, too, am very happy to see the addition of the public participation evening session, because that is some feedback that we've received from people, is that it's difficult to attend. So I'm really looking forward to seeing how that goes. Couple of questions. One would be about, I think you called it the three, what did you call it? You had a little, the groupings, the 3 groupings. And looking at operations, those are a lot of big categories in there. We have major projects office, which is relatively new, so I think there might be some, a lot of discussion about that. Parks and recreation, always a big and important topic for all the districts. Planning and development. Public works, that's all our roads, our sidewalks, our traffic calming, our crosswalks. Strategic infrastructure and transportation planning. Halifax Transit, and property, fleet, and environment. And we have 3 days for that. That seems like a lot to pack into 3 days. So I just want to raise a flag there that I have concerns around the time constraints, and I don't know if we're streamlined enough to get through all of those in that one go. And then you look at public safety, which you also have 3 days for, which is only 4 departments. And then corporate services has 2 days, and there's a lot in corporate services too, but in my experience, those ones don't tend to be as heavy and inspire as much conversation as operations does. So I'm just wondering, like, how do the contingencies work on this? Have we thought about how the presentations are going to roll out? Like, how are we going to do that? How are we going to do that in 3 days? Would be my first question. Thank you.
Thanks for the question, and through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. So when we've looked at that operations group in past years, we've actually got through it in little under or around 2 days last year, I believe it was, to get through the operations groups. Now, as you did note, we have added the major projects office and the strategic infrastructure and transportation planning groups to that. Those groups are primarily capital focused as opposed to focus on their operating budget. So their operating budget is very much staff and a few incidentals, but there's not significant work that's going to be coming through as part of their operating budget. They're more heavily focused on the capital budget side of things. So, in terms of the length of time we feel it will take to go through their operating budget, we don't think that that's going to be overly onerous. That said, we do actually have that contingency date at the end, and we fully expect we may have to use that for some of these presentations, but we're hopeful that we can actually get through all of the operations group within that time frame, should we need to.
Okay, well, you have more optimism than I do, perhaps. And just another question about the November dates. Could you just elaborate a little bit more on how the intent there and how that's going to work, and what information will be given ahead of time to have a fulsome discussion at that point about service enhancements?
Yeah. Through you, Mr. Mayor. So what will be coming forward at the November meetings is a full, wholesome look at our overall budget that we're going to be coming forward for, based on the direction we received back in July. So that's going to be based on increases on CPI, based on inflation, contractual increases, and anything the council has approved. So we're going to have that all built in. On top of that, we've asked for business units, rather than bring items through for BAL items with their regular presentations, we're asking them to come forward with those at the beginning of the process, so that we can give council a look at what our total ask is for this budget right at the front. So there's we're not going to be waiting until the end of the budget to see what that overall ask is. We're going to be having that right up front. We're going to come with briefing notes on all of those service enhancements, so the council has, and these are the same types of briefing notes we would have had provided for BAL items in past years. So you're going to get that all up front, so you can kind of see what that total budget ask is and make decisions at that point in time to kind of streamline the rest of the process, so we're not kind of back-ending our budget to know where we're going to be sitting at once we've actually finalized our budget presentations.
Okay, thank you. I'm out of time.
Thank you very much. Councillor Purdy, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I was just right distracted, and I just heard you say service enhancements. That was my question. Who initiates these service enhancements and reductions? Where do they come from? They come from you guys? Bring them from where, or do we bring ideas as well?
These are going to be led by the business units. So the business units have been asked to identify, any pressures they have that might require new work being done, or if they have any places where they have reductions that they can bring forward. We've asked them to go and identify those, bring a briefing note, and bring them to council. If councillors have items that they wish to bring forward that aren't included in that, that's where we still have a BAL as part of this process, so councillors can bring items forward throughout the process to put on that BAL for later debate.
During the November dates or during the business unit dates?
All throughout those dates.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Morris, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think you may have answered this already, but anyway, I really like this process that we're talking about here, and I like that we're enhancing the public participation. I think that's great. I'm just looking for a little bit more clarity on what the difference is between the way we did things last year and the way we're doing it this year. So you're going to be presenting the budget without enhancements or reductions. Just looking for why you're doing it that way. And I guess what we're going to see is just basically what we have to spend to stay in the same place. Just we're looking at what it's going to cost us for regular business with our contract increases that happen year over year. So if you could just comment on that, please.
So through the mayor to the councillor. So specifically around why we're bringing the enhancements or reductions at the beginning. The idea is that we want to give a whole picture of what the budget will look like with or without those. So sometimes the pieces that we hear is like, well, I don't want to approve this until I see the whole picture. So we want to say, here's everything all at the beginning. Make the decisions of what you would like to see in the budget as it comes back after that point in time. And the other thing to comment around, the other thing is trying to not speed up, but focus the budget discussions on the budget that's in front of you during the business unit debates. So you have the decisions at the beginning for the enhancements or reductions, those will be completed. Then you see the fulsome whole budget that the business unit would bring forward during their business unit presentation.
Okay. I really like this approach because I think it makes it clear that our budget goes up every year automatically. Our expenses go up every year automatically because of the built-in costs of our contracts. We have to run hard to stay in the same place basically every year. So I think that makes it clearer. Thank you.
Thank you. And the acting CIO is just going to jump in here.
Yeah, I'd just like to build upon that. Great segue, Councillor. The baseline increase from just contracts and everything you've approved in year, for instance, the recent library decision, that number could be quite high. And that may be a number you're not willing to live with right from the get. So to be very clear, November 19th and 21st is for us to get direction on the budget you want us to build for you. So there's no surprises. We're not coming in with a number that you would go, there is no way on earth, CAO, we're going to accept that budget. So that's the goal of that session, so that we're all on the same page of what we're trying to build the budget for and what we think is quote unquote affordable for the residents. So that really helps us streamline our work and know exactly what we're doing. So I just wanted to add that. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. And we'll go to Councillor St. Amant, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, congratulations on putting together a really nice timeline for this. And in particular, I appreciate the significant gap between the budget book mail out and the public participation. I think it's a heavy lift to ask of the public to weed their way through the level of detail that is commonly provided in these documents. And so that gives them ample time to be able to review, to be able to reach out to us and ask some questions even in advance of coming to the public session. So thank you for that. The question that I have around the 2 days in November pertains to what happens in the lead up to that. So if the budget direction is meant to be presented or meant to have that discussion on November 19th and 21st, will we have conversations in a structured fashion with a variety of different business units in the lead up to that to have some direct offline conversations with some of the business units? The reason that I ask that is that Parks has already reached out to me and I've had a meeting with them in which they just kind of gave me a heads up on some of the things that are planned for the coming year. And so I wasn't sure whether that was a specific ask that was made of business units and it was left to them to decide whether or not to reach out to councillors to review what might be coming to each of them in their respective districts, or whether that was just something that Parks did on its own.
Not sure exactly what Maggie's team was doing there, but I assume so. We have business units who reach out to you and discuss your capital programs for the year. We do it for streets, we do it for parks, we do it for, and so the teams are ramping up. I don't know exactly where they are in their preparations. So I assume that's what it's about. In terms of the operating budget, which is where we're really focused on November 19th and 20th, I think it was said best, the assumption is as is. In other words, we're starting with the baseline service level that you had this year as modified by our unavoidable increases, be it contracts and wages, right. and then start from there as our framework for the budget. But yes, certainly the business units will be coming around. Like I said, I know Parks for sure has a program that does that, and your streets team should be working with you as well.
Yeah, I mean, not that I'm looking to create work for any of the business units in advance, because I know you've got more than enough on your plates already, but I know that it sometimes can be beneficial. It greases the wheels a little bit to have some of those conversations take place in advance, directly, just one-on-one with counselors, so that we're able to either highlight anything that we have on our radar already, or conversely, that the business units want to bring to our attention so that we are laser focused when we're in these sessions in full council. Okay, thanks.
Thank you very much. Councillor Hinch, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question is pertaining to the nighttime public the public the public part. Sorry. Do we know what time that's going to start, and is there a hard stop for it, or?
Through the chair to the counselor, the original, I see the clerk or the director of, sorry, Ian, I don't know your title off the top of my head anymore. We originally planned that to be a session to follow council. It's a council day that it's originally scheduled for, so something like 6 p.m. would probably be the start time, but I don't know if you have any more comments on that, Ian, or not.
Mayor Fillmore, through to the counselor, I think that would be our plan, is to do a normal public hearing start time.
Yeah.
And then it wouldn't necessarily be capped. It would depend on how many signups we have and how much we had to manage between virtual and in-person participation.
Okay. So after the, because you also said there's public participation after each sessions are from the operations and public safety and court. So there's going to be public participation after each of those as well?
To the mayor,
Is
to
it
the
before,
counselor. At the
before?
beginning.
Sorry.
At the beginning of
beginning?
each of those sessions, there'll be a public
Okay.
participation.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and we'll move along to Councillor Steele, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think my questions have mostly been answered, so I will just say that I really like the idea of the November 19 and 21, 2 days of doing a bit of level setting before you go away and do your hard work on this. So like that idea, and I also like Councillor Saint-Amand. I've been part of some of the preliminary discussions with some business units, and I think that's a very useful exercise. It helps us know what's being planned, but also provides an opportunity for input on those capital projects. So thank you.
Any comment there? No. Okay. All right. Thank you. We'll carry on to Councillor Austin, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and appreciate staff coming forward with kind of sometimes the budget stuff has felt anyway, a bit made up before going ahead with anything, and so it's kind of differed bit by bit, year by year along the way. So I like the idea of having this kind of set out in a more organized kind of way than I think it necessarily has been in the past. I just really want to kind of understand that initial kind of, I think Councillor Steele called it level setting. What does that look like? If council doesn't like the number, picks a lower number, you go off and you make a budget based on that. So then do we just get a budget that comes back with all sorts of horrible cuts that we then recoil in horror? Because that's been the script in many times past. I think personally, not to get into debate as to what we will there, we often have torn ourselves into knots around this room over a number that's never the actual number in the end anyway, whether it's because we add more services or we look at cuts that we don't like. The initial number we pick has never ever been the number. And so I'm just wondering, what we actually are getting by being so specific on that number at the front end that is actually useful. Frankly, I think we should just sit at the status quo and then go from there.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Jerry Blackwood, CFO. So, through you to the councillor, what's coming on November 19th and 21st is based on the direction that this council has provided on July 8th. That was a motion that was passed unanimously and was to bring in a budget that had increases for contractual and inflationary items. And what has been approved in year in council, right? So to the CAO's point, right? You just approved a lease a couple weeks ago. That has to be built in. You gave us direction on that. So when you look at this from a best practice point of view, right? Like, I mean, council is like the executive board of directors, right? If we bring in that budget based on your direction and you don't like that budget, that we got to go away and then amend it, we will need clear direction, right? So you make a good point, Councillor Austin, in terms of in the past, it's been, you know, maybe give us options to shave off 2 or 3 percentage points off that increase. We bring back reductions. We don't have any real direction on what those cuts should be. And we bring back what we technically call, you know, baby seals. Nobody likes them. They never get approved. And, you know, we move forward. So in terms of what happens on the 19th, we want clear direction. So, you know, if there's a big cut to be had, right, we would want direction on, you know, where we need to go. Is it, you know, are you looking at transit? Are you looking at police and fire? Looking at parks and recreation? That is the direction that we will need to build a budget.
And so if that were the direction, do you then just produce, like, you're not going to have a list of what we would actually get to produce that outcome on the 19th, right?
What we will have is a high-level workup of a budget for you based on those big components, right? Like, we'll lay out that budget in terms of what your comp increases are, what the next, you know, what our debt servicing costs have increased by, you know, what the inflationary pressures are in terms of utilities, right? All those pieces will be laid out on a high level for council to look at, right? Dave, is there anything you want to add to that?
No, I think that it's really what we're going to be bringing forward. I think in answer to the other part of your question, we're not going to have a list at that date of those potential things that we could have as cuts. We're going to need, that's where I think Jerry's saying, we need direction at that point in time to go away and find those cuts that would be kind of palatable that we can then bring forward as part of our overall budget.
Okay. I appreciate that you folks always look for clear direction. But I think a case of deja vu is probably going to be said again, right, on this, because when always, whether it's more or whether it's less, whatever the case may be, it always looks good in the abstract until you get into the details. So, okay, we'll see. Thank you.
Just if I could just add on to that. So right now we have not been given any direction with regards to any reductions of service or to reduce expenditures. It's to build a budget based on how our contracts are going to increase and how we're going to be impacted by inflation and things that council has approved in year.
Okay.
Thank you.
Just want to build upon this because it is an old idea, honestly. Everything old is new again, as they say. So this is how council used to do it back in the day. We'd set the framework first and then go away. We dropped it because council at that time started to feel like, okay, staff, back in November, you put us in a box and then you built the box and now it's too late to change it. I can assure you that is not what we intend to do here, but we do want to understand. So just to give a hypothetical, if the baseline budget, and I'm making numbers up just for the record, if the baseline budget is 10% and you say, I want to add the following services and reduce the following, and that, let's say that pushes it to 12.5. We don't want to leave the room going through all the work we're going to come to and bring back a 12.5 and you go, whoa, that's, you know, we want to be more in the range of 7%, 5%, whatever it is. When we come back through that work, we need to show you the options of how to get there. And it doesn't happen if we don't know that we're way off course from where you want to be. So that's the whole goal, is to really get that indication of where you think you want to be. You're not locked into it. Like you say, we may end up at whatever that number is on November 19th, plus or minus a point. That may be. But the point is the work we're about to do needs to be instructed by where council wants to be. And that's the direction we're looking for. And it doesn't have to be, please don't think that's so finite. It can be as simple as, we want you to look at 30% of the reduction out of services. We want you to that's not a good word. We want you to increase fees. We want you to increase fines. We get some guidance of how you want to get there if you do want to change the number. So we're coming away with something instructive so that we're not bringing back something that's a complete miss. That's the big risk that we're trying to avoid. Thanks.
Thank you for that. And we'll move to Councillor Hartling, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I have a couple of questions. My first is asking staff, and perhaps maybe not budget staff, maybe I'm going to direct this to the CAO. Are there any specific challenges that you can think of that we as council might want to be aware of, knowing that we are walking into a budget season where we don't have a regional plan? That is my first one. I feel like we should at least be thinking about, or are there opportunities that are there things that we should be exploring and maybe not because we don't have a regional plan that we can take to the bank yet? That would be my first one. My second one is that I am looking for the date where we will actually know what the property tax increase will be, and I can't see it on this list, so I'm just wondering what that will mean vis-a-vis some of these dates, given that I think we won't actually know what our income will be until well into 2026. That would be my second question. So if I could leave those two out there.
I got the property tax one. I'll just speak to your second question first. So in terms of the date that we're going to understand our property tax, that really comes at the end of the process. Our entire drive throughout the budget process is focused on our expenditures and our revenues. Like what the property tax then becomes is the plug to make up that difference, as we have to have that balanced budget according to legislation. So the way we actually derive our budget is we set our expenditures that we're going to be doing, and then we have to set a tax rate that will fund that level of expenditures. That's what we're mandated to do under the legislation.
Sure. But if I could, so if our objective is to have a 0% municipal tax increase, which is fundamentally our objective, how do we do that without knowing the property tax increase?
Yeah. So there's two things there. So one is, are we talking rate or are we talking our tax increase? So when we talk to our tax increase, we're not actually speaking to the rate. We're speaking to the amount that our average tax bill has increased year over year.
Exactly.
So those are two very different things, and I think that's a part of it. We can do the estimate of what that tax rate or that tax bill increase would be once we have a sense of our expenditures. We won't know the rate until we get the assessment data from PVSC.
And okay, so in more simple terms, then, what is the date that we get that information back from PVSC?
Yeah, so they'll be coming in. I think we have that date on the calendar there as a presentation from PVSC coming in early January, around January 13th.
Okay, it's not okay. So it's not in the proposed budget schedule. No.
Through the chair to the councillor, PVSC is an external body, so we have to let them choose their own
Exactly.
schedule.
So I guess what I'm getting at is that it feels like we are, or based off of what I'm looking at, it looks like we are building a budget based off of information that isn't fully known to us, because a municipal tax increase is ultimately dependent on a property tax assessment that we don't have the information to until well into January. So I'm just wondering, do you foresee any challenges with that?
Thank you. So on November 19th, you're going to get a budget forecast, right? Which will have what our forecasted increase is going to be, right? In terms of taxes. So as we've been saying, we said it last year and throughout, what council needs to focus on is your expenditures and your services, right? The expenditures that you approve to deliver the services that you want delivered, right? That goes into the formula in terms of how we, as Dave mentioned, we develop a rate based on our assessment roll. We'll get the assessment roll data. We'll usually get that before Christmas. we'll be working on that then up to when we come in and present the business unit budgets. But we'll be able to give you a forecast at that point in time in terms of what your level of expenditure is and what the tax increase is. The tax rate piece we'll have to bring back once we get our confirmed roll and validate it.
Was that okay on the first question? Sort of. Okay. Second question being the regional plan. No direct impact on the 26-27 operating budget. However, the lack of a regional plan is concerning in setting the 10-year capital plan. No doubt there is a risk. So we will have assumptions based in there, based on work that will be ongoing between now and Christmas to redo the regional plan. So we'll certainly have the benefit of that information, but we won't have something that's approved by council. So there's some risk on the capital plan, more in the longer term than the shorter term.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor White, please.
Thank you, Mayor. My question is for Jerry. I'm looking back at our motions and everything, and I'm not understanding what you're talking about, this key thing that happened on July 8th, because to me, when I look back, it was in April that this question of a flat rate and minor adjustments came up. So I'm a little worried that the council may have voted on something maybe not fully understood if you said we were all unanimously wanting this, because I was not in favor of that and voted against it, even though it passed in April. Yeah. So what is it that happened on July 8th that makes you feel that this whole council wants a flat rate?
Okay, thank you. So when we came in on budget ratification day, I think it was the mayor that put a motion to the floor, right? And that motion was to come back. I believe it was in the motion said in June, but the staff report got pushed to April. So it was, I think, a 6-part motion that was put to council that was given to staff. Staff came back on July 8th to answer that motion, and what was recommended got approved on July 8th. That's what I'm referencing in terms of on July 8th, council gave staff direction to go forward and build a budget based on how we are presenting it here today.
Just to add to that, so what came back on July 8th was not to, there was the motion or the recommendation did not speak to a flat tax rate.
Right.
The recommendation spoke to, as was in the mayor's motion, those pieces we talked about, the CPI and the contracts and the council decision. So those things were all meant to be increased as part of that motion. So that and the schedule that, or the outline of a schedule that we were working on, that's what was included within that report on July 8th, and that's what council had unanimously passed at that time.
That's what I mean, that kind of flat rate conversation was in April, it wasn't a clear thing that we were voting on to me in July 8th.
Yeah, it wasn't around a flat tax rate. I think what the way the motion that was brought in spoke to a flat rate, and it was amended at that time by the mayor to address that it wasn't a flat tax rate.
Right on.
That was being put forward. Staff brought back the staff report to address that motion on July 8th, and that motion was giving us the direction to move forward, right, to build a budget based on the criteria that council approved that day.
Okay, thanks for the clarification. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are you looking to close? Okay, Councilor Jigo-Gammon, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Thank you all very much. So we're starting on another budget journey, and I think Councillor Austin, I think you're the one that said, year over year with budget process we evolve. So we're going to try something old that is new again, but with some flexibility, because we still have, the BAL option is still there. So, as we go through this journey, there's still an opportunity for people to see an enhancement or a reduction that comes through. But, it really is going to be incumbent on us to, do our homework, make sure that we ask the questions. One of the things that I have found so far is that even while we're in the middle of budget conversations, anytime we've picked up the phone and asked staff for questions or for education and awareness so that we're making a good vote, the staff have always made themselves available, and even after hours. So I have seen myself get an answer at sometimes at 11 o'clock at night, right? Because the next morning we're discussing something and I want to make sure that I've got the right information. So I would suggest that, we take advantage of every opportunity that we have of our wonderful staff that will give us answers so that we make the decisions, because at the end of the day, it is a council budget that gets approved. And it is ours. So I thank you very much. I look forward to this journey again as chair of budget. And I'm sure that we'll learn lessons through this process again too. And maybe the next time, 27, 28, we'll have some lessons to bring forward to make it more efficient and better the next time again. So I thank you very much. And with that, I would call for the question.
Questions called. And the motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much to Jerry and the staff team for that. This brings us to 15.1.2, the fall 2025 temporary borrowing resolution and debenture. I had asked for this to come off of consent, so I'll have a word to say, but Deputy Mayor has very kindly offered to table the motion so that we don't have to switch seats.
My pleasure, Mr. Mayor. I'll put the following motion on the floor that the Halifax Regional Council, one, approve a temporary borrowing resolution in the amount of $419,654,830 for financing of current debt-funded projects in progress from the 25-26 and prior capital budgets per attachment 1 of the staff report dated August 26, 2025. 2, approve a temporary borrowing resolution in the amount of $45,177,651 for financing the debt-funded projects from previous capital projects that have reached substantial completion and are eligible for fall 2025 debenture issue application per attachment 2 of the staff report dated August 26, 2025. And 3, authorize the mayor and municipal clerk to sign the resolution for pre-approval of the debenture insurance subject to an interest rate not to exceed 7.0% to enable the Halifax Regional Municipality to issue a debenture not to exceed 20 years in the amount of $45,177,651 per attachment 3 of the staff report dated August 26, 2025. So moved. Nothing for me. I give the floor to you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. And I note the seconder was Councillor Deedle Gammon, the Chair of Audit and Finance. So colleagues, Jerry's going to give a presentation here in a moment, but I thought it would be helpful and even important to share some contextual framing with you. I had a very long and I must say sobering conversation with our CFO yesterday, and that's really what I would like to share with you. Some of the things that I learned. I'm going to refer to some notes, but Jerry, of course, if I get anything wrong, it's possible that I will. You can correct me when you've got the floor. But it was saying this to our CAO yesterday. It was presidential. It was John McCain, the presidential candidate, who coined the term "the Straight Talk Express" on his presidential campaign, and that's kind of how I feel like some of these findings are that I discovered yesterday. We're at a bit of a straight talk express here, and it's my hope that this conversation will give us some help us to give usable direction in those November direction-setting meetings with the staff. So on today's debenture motion, so the way it works is we borrow money from the province through a mechanism called a debenture. It's like a mortgage. The rates are just slightly lower than market, so it's a pretty good deal. It's not the best deal, but it's a pretty good deal. For example, we're finishing Cogswell interchange this year, so next year we'll take the debenture, which essentially means we'll take a mortgage and we'll start paying principal and interest on that next year. The payment on our debt servicing, we call that, should always be less than 10% of the operating budget. That's a comfort zone, good sort of fiscal framework. Right now, we're sitting with $250 million in debt, and we're at about $50 million of debt servicing per year, which is about 5%. So we're within the 10% guideline for good fiscal framework. So we're currently sitting at 250, but that's going to grow to 300 million in the very short term, $300 million worth of debt. And then I understand that we'll be adding another about 425 million over the next 2 years. That gets us up over $700 million. Debt service costs will spike in 2027 and 28, putting us in the danger zone of having our debt servicing costs exceed that 10% safety margin. And I have to note that that debt that I just described, that increased debt, does not include major projects like Mill Cove. It doesn't include the Windsor Street Exchange, doesn't include Burnside Transit Center, the Halifax Forum project, or the BRT project. So that's those are all in addition to the debt that I've just described. And so because our debt servicing costs will double from 50 million to 100 million per year in pretty short order, we're heading into a historically high debt scenario that is going to be very uncomfortable for us and for our residents and for business. Excuse me. So what does this year's budget coming up look like? You're a little bit clairvoyant there, acting CAO. We'll pull the Band-Aid off, and it was shared with me by finance staff that we are looking at a budget about 10% greater than last year's operating. You remember last year we started with a budget that was 7.5% more. So our starting point this year is 10% more. And that is already constrained by those three things that were discussed in the last item on our agenda, which are contractual obligations that already exist, CPI, and other decisions that council might make. For example, the unexpected library funding 2 weeks ago. So that is where we're heading into. I asked Jerry what was driving these costs. The answer is that every big collective agreement is on the table at present. There are some spending decisions made by previous councils that are coming home to roost. One would be the land acquisition costs for the BRT are expected to be anywhere between $300 to $600 million. Again, outside of the debt upcoming debt that I've just described. The context beyond our walls that we know now is that the federal government is reducing spending by 7.5%, 10%, and 15% over the next 3 years. We learned yesterday that the province is facing a record high deficit of 1.225 billion, which is in all likelihood going to climb to 1.4. And now I've shared with you some thoughts that Jerry shared about our debt creeping over $700 million. So this is the context in which we're entering this year's budget conversation. I would suggest that we must find ways to not add anything else. In fact, if anything, we must find ways to save our taxpayers money and make life continue to make life affordable. I think residents and businesses are counting on us. So I thank you for letting me get that out there. And I really want to thank Jerry for being very frank in the discussion with me about it. And I think it's my hope that context will be helpful while we listen to what Jerry has to say about the debenture. And if I got anything wrong, please correct me. The floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much, Jerry Blackwood, CFO. I just got some slides here. They're more or less procedural or governance just on how our debt and temporary borrowing works. I think the mayor comments were good. I think on the BRT piece that those decisions will be, I think, made by this council. Going forward, there is some components of BRT that were in past councils on some of the multimodal corridor work that's been progressing and that is funded in our plan. So I'll just take a few minutes to go through this and be happy to answer any questions. But before I get into this is something that the finance team has really amplified to budget committee over the last 3 to 4 years in terms of, I think we call it a debt bubble that is really starting to come. And when you look at our temporary borrowing resolution, right? If you look at the past ones, they're in 200 million. This one is like 425 million. So that is a reflection of the big city building projects that are starting to do. It's capital delivery. So the mayor mentioned Cogswell is entering substantial completion, right? So that's on our temporary borrowing resolution for, I think it's around 75 million of that. So next fall, we'll take the debenture on that. All right. So, when you talk about that, you can bring it back to the capital budget. So each year's part of the annual budget, council approves a four-year capital plan, right? And the approval of that capital plan includes the approval of the funding sources to pay for capital projects. So when we look at our capital plan, and this is something that's all broke down in the capital book by project in the capital supplementary sheets, right? Is there's four funding sources. There's cost share, that's money we receive from the feds in the province or any other external partners. Sometimes it could be Halifax Water. There's a capital renewal piece. We formerly call that capital from operating. That is essentially funding that comes right on the tax rate that then goes into funding more state of good repair projects. So that's upkeep on our assets. The other funding source is reserves, and I think you've heard over the last budget, how important it is that we stay the course on our reserve strategy, and we just brought back a report to council on July 8th on our reserve strategy. The council approved direction on that. And the fourth is debt. So just bring it back to the capital budget that was approved last year. So it was a 4-year plan. So the debt that was approved in that budget, so for 26-27 was 215 million. For 27-28, 308, 28-29, 396 million, and 29-30 was $455 million. So when you look at those 4 years of capital budget that council approved last year, right, the total debt funding that was approved in that capital plan was $1.4 billion. Okay, that's not all going to hit you at once. When we take out the debt, that is contingent on delivery of the capital project. So in terms of debt governance, as the mayor said, the rules around debt are set by the Provincial Department of Finance. So we essentially borrow from the province. The province will actually issue their own debentures that they price and will go to market. So and essentially in terms of a bond issue. So how we do our capital projects is when council approves a project that's debt funded, we cash flow that project from our tax revenue. When it's substantially completed, we'll use Cogswell for an example. We've cash flowed that throughout the whole project. Project is going to be substantially completed. Now we go to debenture for that money, and then we have to pay the debt and principal on that. So we have 1 year after substantial completion to put permanent funding source in place. So what you're today, you're proving two things. One, you're proving a debenture, $45 million. So this is basically, you're proving that we take out a mortgage on the projects that have been completed, right? And the debt servicing costs, right, on the 45 million being approved today is going to be about 17.8 million over the term of that debt. The TBR of 420 million, that is representative of the capital projects that have started, that are in flight, right? This will be debt taken out in future years. You'll start to see that debt coming forward in the next 1 to 3 years. And you can look at kind of this debt is like, this is like you're getting your mortgage pre-approved before you go and build a house, for example. But what, council needs, certainly to be cognizant of in terms of when you approve this is that, you're looking at about $160 million in terms of debt debt servicing costs and interest on that 420 million. And to the mayor's point, right, that TBR doesn't include full Mill Cove or full BTC, which is Burnside Transit Center, form or BRT, right? So that's something, as we said before, when you're approving capital projects, I know they're big numbers. There's two things. One, you're going to have the debt servicing costs to pay for those projects, and then in a lot of cases, you're going to have operating costs once those assets go into operation and deployment. Again, current debt levels right now are 227 million. So approval of the fall debenture today, our debt will be around 272 million. And that's it on the debenture report, and happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, CFO, and we'll start with Councillor Cuttle, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. All right, so there's a lot of complex moving pieces in all of this between approving a project, funding a project, taking out debt on a project. I'm wondering about the recouping of that and how that works. I mean, you used Cogswell as an example of having some debt financing in it, but we also intend to sell off lots from Cogswell, which would go to repay the debt. So is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. So for projects that council has deemed strategic initiatives, we have set up a strategy that goes back 4 years ago when we set up the strategic initiatives reserve. So that was to put reserve funding into the reserve for projects like Cogswell, right? That will have a big impact in terms of tax increases. We can draw from the reserve to help mitigate and smooth those tax increases at the time. As the land sales materialize over the next years, that money will be reallocated back into the reserve to keep the reserve sustainable. So Cogswell is a little bit of an anomaly, because it has some land sales to help fund up the debt servicing costs of that project.
Right, to offset. Okay, so I just wanted to clear. That was the example you used, and I was trying to figure out, how does the repayment work? And perhaps having that fuller picture. I mean, there's one side of taking in the debt, the other side of the revenues. Understanding that and seeing that on paper might be useful for us too, to understand, where are we going to recoup costs and where are we not recouping? What are sunk costs? Just so we have that fulsome picture. As well, with the taking on the and how, I guess it would be when you talk about that debt ratio, when we look at projects like Cogswell, where we know that there'll be a recouping of costs to pay down the debt, how does that affect our long-term picture of our fiscal health in relation to not wanting to hit that 10% debt financing cost? Like, is it significant or not significant? And
yeah, so the debt servicing cost, that's based on the provincial financial indicators, right? So council sees those reports as they're published annually. So, basically what council has deemed in terms of, the safety zone is below 10% debt servicing, which is 10% of your operating revenue. There's no, that doesn't mean you can't go above that. Is when you go above that, that's when it starts to get cautionary in terms of the level of debt servicing you're taking on to service your total debt.
Right, and the question was about whether Cogswell would have a significant impact on reducing that as it's recouped. Reduces our debt?
The ratio, as I understand it, is based on your total debt. So we do have to take the debt on to pay for Cogswell. That those land sales could be, 2, 3, 5 years out before we materialize on all those sales. So we do have to take a full debenture out on that. That does have interest costs. That said, we do have a strategy in terms of our strategic initiatives reserve that we're going to be able to draw on that to provide debt servicing costs that'll help smooth out any future tax increases. And I see Dave is here to pitch in on this one for me too.
Thanks, Dave.
So in terms of your question on the how that will impact the ratio, it really wouldn't impact the ratio. We're calculating that based on the fact we are having to take that debt. That will factor into how we measure up against that ratio that the province has for that FCI. It is important to note, though, like if we have that ability to so that it doesn't help us with that ratio. What it does help us with, we get those land sales, it does help us to refund that reserve and allow us to utilize more funds for future projects that wouldn't have tax implications. So it would save us from having future debt that we might take out, or potentially having that, or future tax increases. That's where you're really going to get your savings, and that's where you're going to see those long-term benefits of having that ability to make those land sales.
Right. Thank you for that explanation. That's the answer I was looking for, and that be the part that would be better to understand for us, the whole big picture. Thank you.
Thanks very much, and we'll move to Councillor Cleary, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just picking up on where Councillor Cuddle was, when we do the, especially with the capital budget, will you be bringing in some notes around kind of that green zone at less than 10% in the FCI? 10 to 15 was kind of that yellow cautionary zone. Above 15 was a higher risk red zone. And so looking at where we're going over the next number of years, to the mayor's point about us, I think in the last report I saw, we were around 4.7. So, I mean, we were really green. We were doing really well. And so if we're moving up towards that 10%, is that level off? Does that keep increasing? So, when you bring back that info, you'll have that attached to it as well. I see head nodding. In terms of, and again, this is the pedant in me, both the mayor and in your presentation, you sort of talked about the debentures being like a mortgage. Not really at all. So it's a loan, obviously, but a mortgage is a legal document registered on a property saying we have an interest in this and we can take it from you if you default on your payments. A debenture is an unsecured loan. And so there's a very big difference between a debenture and a mortgage. So maybe just call it a loan next time rather than a mortgage, because it's a very different kind of loan. The mayor mentioned BRT and the commitments that we're making, and I just, not to you guys, but just as a general comment, the fact that the province is buying significant portions of the Robie Street lands is very helpful to us. And in their recently released transportation plan, they committed to BRT in and around HRM. So hopefully those expenses related to BRT won't be totally on us, because the province just recently said they're going to partner with us to do it. So I don't know how that will end up being incorporated into any of our plans, because we don't know what their commitment is, how much money they're willing to give us. So all we know is we're going to spend X amount of money doing something, but in the background over there is them potentially funding a good portion of this, or at least that's their plan at the moment. We just don't know, unless someone here has had a conversation recently with a minister I'm not aware of. But I mean, that's one of the, I don't want to say a risk, but it's one of the leaps of faith we're taking in this, is that, and we said this from the very beginning, given the unbelievable expense, hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars in bus rapid transit, but that's our only way to move people around in the future. And so it's not like we can cheap out and say, oh, well, it's too expensive now. It's going to be way more expensive at some point later in the future, and it'll be complete gridlock here in a few years if we don't actually do that. So anyway, I put that out there, that the money isn't coming from us entirely on something like BRT. There's going to be federal funds and hopefully a lot of provincial funds, considering they just said we're going to do it. So anyway, thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Hensby, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I just want to clarify in regards to what is our debt ratio right now. Again, I heard 4.5%, 5%, whatever. We're allowed up to 15% on the provincial guidelines, but we don't want to go that close to the edge. Also, how much debt are we also retiring at this time of year? Because I'm sure we had previous issuance of debt will probably come up for retirement soon, and at what ratio or what interest rates were they at versus what can we get the rates at now, and are there any opportunities to refinance some of the higher debt ratios to a lower finance interest rate since the bank rate's been going down lately?
Yeah, so our debt ratio right now is probably somewhere around 4 or 5%, right? So what we're just saying as we're going into, you know, as these budgets move forward, right? Debt servicing costs, that goes right to the tax rate, except in some exceptions, like we just talked about in terms of Cogswell on the strategic initiatives where we got a strategy in place to help mitigate those. In terms of early debt retirement, our issue that we did last year had an early debt retirement option built in. It was sort of a one-time thing that the province looked at for us. I don't think that is a program that they're willing to continue on going forward. Most of the debt that we have on the books right now that would have been taken out in the last 20 years would have been at fairly favorable interest rates. When you look back over the last 20 years, rates spiked up probably about started to go up 3 or 4 years ago, and are starting to come back down. So our issuance last year was about 4.5%, I believe, right? So we're hoping that, you know, rates will come down to levels that were more favorable to us. And in terms of debt, yes, every year debt issuance or prior year debt issuance comes down. So any debt that was issued on a term 10 years ago, or 20 years ago, it'll come off each year. It just keeps going down, goes back up as we issue more debt. And I think this year is the last year for Harbor Solutions. Yes. Yeah, it's the last year paying on that debenture.
Get the flush out one away, huh?
Just to add to what Jerry said, absolutely, that debt comes off every year as we cycle through. What we have had, though, in the past 10, 15 years, you know, there was concentrated effort to decrease our debt load that had been there since amalgamation. So with the city taking less and less debt each year, we have less and less debt that's going to be coming off, whereas we're at a point where we're ramping up our debt. We're putting more debt on than is coming off. So I think this year coming up, we actually a little bit of a saving grace in terms of our debt load, because our last debenture was quite a bit smaller than we'd seen in previous years and what we're expecting to see in future years, just based on the timing of those projects. This is the last year, I think, where we really were expecting to see a decrease in that. From this point on, we're expecting that our debt servicing cost every year to kind of continue to grow, because we're taking on more debt and we have less debt coming off each year.
Yep.
Thank you. Councillor Steele, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the Straight Talk Express introducing this topic. I must say I'm finding this conversation very sobering. My question relates to, how does this current and future debt that we're talking about, how does this stack Halifax up against other cities our size, other cities perhaps that have experienced rapid population growth and demand for, you know, new capital investments? Can you speak to that a little bit? I'm trying to get a sense. Are we similar to other cities that have, you know, experienced rapid growth, or are we a little bit out of sync? Perhaps we're expecting to see our debt rise more significantly than perhaps other comparable cities. I'm thinking cities in Ontario, for example.
What I can say on that is we don't have anything we can put in front of you right now in terms of benchmarking, but we can certainly look at that. But what I can say is that I think a lot of cities that are experiencing growth and have had to advance on their capital plan to address growth have been taking, you know, on more debt, right? Projects that that can be debt funded as opposed to capital from operating or capital renewal debt. Because every city is sensitive in terms of the tax increase each year, right? So by taking debt, you're smoothing those tax increases out over the life of the asset, and you're seeing more municipalities take that strategy as more of a pay as you go kind of thing in times when it's just there's no growth, right? And that's sort of a lot of what to Dave's point in terms of how we looked at reducing our debt level from amalgamation and things like that was there was more debt that was put in terms of general operating funding and pay as you go as opposed to debt. But we can have a look at that and certainly see what we can find in terms of benchmarking some of that as we bring the budget back to council.
I have a follow-up. What about more the concept of intergenerational equity? So some of the investments we're making, obviously, we expect will last for a long time. So not only will the current taxpayers of HRM benefit, but future taxpayers will benefit as well. But what about that whole concept of how long? I know you're doing depreciation on the assets, but I guess I'm wondering, are we paying, will the residents of today be paying the full costs of the services and all the assets that they're receiving? It's that whole concept of paying for what you're receiving now. I'm curious about that. When, we think about Halifax Harbor and the cleanup, that seems so long ago, and yet it's still on our books. So that's what made me think of this kind of intergenerational equity aspect.
Yeah, I mean, what I can say is in the past, outside of Harbor Solutions, we've taken debt at the rate. Usually, it's a 10-year debt. We're looking more to take longer term debt to spread the repayment of that out over the life of the asset. So typically, right now on any buildings, you're looking at 20-year debt. So when you talk about generational, like the debt that you're approving now in your capital plan will technically be will be repaying that through taxes. It's safe to say over the next 20 to 30 years.
Okay, something to consider. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Morse, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And yes, it is a sobering conversation, but just back from Canadian Urban Transit Association meeting in Ottawa, and I think most growing communities in Canada are dealing with similar demands on improving their infrastructure and the cost of making those investments. So we're not alone here, and it's not like we've caused our problems. It's just we have to respond to the demand. And transit infrastructure is absolutely essential to growing cities, to keep people moving, to get people to work, to get people to school, to get people to medical care. So we have to be making these investments. And I guess I'm just wondering, we're not setting our own population growth targets or anything like that. That's being driven really by the national and provincial governments. So why don't we ask the province to help us borrow at lower rates and borrow more?
Thank you. So the rules around our debt are governed by the province, right? Now, if you recall, I think it was probably close to 2 years ago, we brought in a report where the province has allowed us to borrow through Canada Infrastructure Bank, right? They offer, lower interest rates in some cases on some of the bus electrification projects across Canada. That you're looking at an interest rate of around 1%. So there's an opportunity there. That said, you know, in terms of HRM, our first phase of bus electrification, and when you look at Mill Cove, like they would have been no-brainers to go to debt finance through the CIB, but their borrowing excludes projects that were funded from ISIP, so that excluded us from those two types of projects, right? The next, you know, when you look at CIB, they're very much aligned on, you know, the Zero Emission Transit Fund. So Burnside Transit Center could be an opportunity there, right? The thing about it is, and they look for big projects. They don't want small projects. They deal in $50 million minimums. They've also come online with a housing stream. So, you know, one of the things I did take a crack at with them was where Cogswell, you know, was going to be coming on with, you know, a few thousand units. Would that be an opportunity? But because the project was 3/4 done at that time when they announced their housing stream, they, you know, they couldn't, you know, invest in that project. So that is something that is an opportunity. We just need the projects to come forward to do that. But there's some very creative things you can do there with bundling projects, partnering with the development community.
I guess I'm just wondering if there's a possibility of increasing in general our ceiling, our debt, you know, what we can borrow and whether the province would help us borrow differently.
Yeah. Well, I think, you know, and I'll ask Dave to weigh in on this one. There's no really set ceiling with regards to borrowing. It's usually a council imposed, like we've been doing the debt per household. We're probably going to be proposing, because we'll have to change that every year, we'll probably be coming in with a new debt policy for ceiling for council to consider in this budget.
Okay.
But just because we're hitting that 10%, I want to be clear, doesn't mean that we can't borrow any. It just means that financial KPIs goes from green to yellow, which is cautionary.
It starts to get uncomfortable. Yeah. No question. Okay, thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Hartling, please.
I have two questions. My first is that as we get to that 10%, that's based off of a revenue projection of a population of what? Of Halifax. So, you know, if we are you making that projection based off of our current revenue streams about what we expect our revenues might be in a future with a certain population? How are you using that revenue calculation? Or what numbers are you plugging in to understand our revenue streams? I'll start with that one.
Yeah, thank you. So that's 10% of our operating revenue.
Sorry?
So the 10% debt servicing costs, that financial indicator would be based on 10% of our operating revenue.
Right. So, but what I'm saying is that if we were to look at a future where we have to project what our revenue is to understand where we are in terms of our debt to revenue ratio, how are you calculating our future revenue? Because, you know, currently, what are we supposed to be, 1 million people by 2035? So if you were looking at a 10-year projection of what our debt ratio might look like based off of our revenue, are you basing that off of a revenue where we're 1 million people, or are you basing that off of a revenue of what we are today? I'm just trying to understand how you what numbers you were using to plug in to get that ratio. That's my first question.
Do you want
to? Through you, Mr. Mayor. So when we look at future projections of this, what we're basically doing is we're taking a look at, we have our capital plan and how that is going, and we're looking at almost a trend analysis of what our revenues are doing based on, you know, the what we've seen over the past couple of years. So if we're going to look at more of a long-term view of this, we'll have to take that away and go and look at what the best might be different scenarios that we're looking at in terms of population growth and things of that nature that might be driving our revenues. So it's work that we'd have to do for more of a long term. We tend to do it on more of a short-term horizon at this point in time. So it's not so much looking at a specific population number as some trend analysis of where we've been going with that and what we know based on our capital plan we're going to have to take out in terms of debt over that period of time.
Okay. But to help me understand, a lot of these projects are financed over 10 years. Like kind of, you just said that, the borrowing lifetime for these projects is about 10 years. Is that right? Didn't I just hear you say that?
What I said was in the past, right? And that goes to what, Dave said. We went through a period of where we were very focused on reducing the amount of debt. So we're taking shorter terms, right? What we're looking at now is that we're in this massive growth phase. So we're taking longer term on our debt, right? To try to smooth out those debt services costs over the life of the asset. When you talk about, I think I know where you're trying to go with your question in terms of the debt ratio. When we look at out years, right? It's like I said before, I think to your question earlier, is we need to look at the level of expenditures. We can forecast out like the trend on our expenditures, and we say every year before you add a new service, you're looking at $60 million a year, right, of new expenditures just from the budget that you just approved. So by looking at the trend analysis on expenditures, we know that is the amount of revenue that we're going to have to raise as well to be able to deliver a balanced budget. Does that help with?
It does. I guess so we are very, very reliant on residential taxes for revenue. We've been told that until the people in front of us are blue in the face. So in order for me to understand this debt, I need to understand how dependent, or that ratio, I need to understand how dependent we are or what the numbers are going in. So if the amount of residential tax that we are collecting is very different at 500,000 people than it is at 1 million people. So my question is that when we are looking at these numbers and you're trying to help us understand the ratio, my question to you is that when your forecasted revenue is based off of what population?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So we don't do it based on a population. We base it on our average growth that we've been seeing. So if we're seeing average growth of property tax revenues of X amount, we'll extrapolate that out to the future years to kind of get a sense of what our future revenues are going to be. We're not looking at it on a per population basis. We're focused more on what the average growth that we've seen over the past several years is, and we're forecasting that level of growth to continue, or if we expect that level of growth to increase, we can apply a factor to increase it. But it's not based on people, it's based on the average growth that we've been seeing.
Okay, so can you help me understand what that growth has been?
Don't have the numbers in front of me here, but we can get back to you with something on that.
Okay, thank you.
Just to try to clarify your question, and I understand where you're going, but what makes it a little bit complicated, right? So in terms of when you look at the province, right, they would forecast revenues more along the lines of people, right?
Sure.
Because it's income tax.
Yep.
And consumer spending, how they raise their revenue. Our revenues, like our proxy for income, is property. So to Dave's point, what we're trying to look at is the level of growth that we're seeing year over year, how that then translates into property development, right? Commercial and residential. That is how we would look at our revenue forecasts. It's more about the number of units that are coming onto the market and the single family homes, multi-unit residential, apartment buildings, commercial.
That's kind of the risk.
That's where we're how we need to. It's not so much a straight up, population sort of exercise.
No, of course not. But I guess I am trying to understand what multiplier we are using to understand what our future looks like financially in terms of revenue, whether it's residential or commercial. I'm using, I understand that, we're supposed to be 1 million people by 2035. So what does that look like from a revenue projection for the municipality? That's what I'm trying to understand. Because I also want to understand what the risk is if we don't hit that target, if we don't grow that way. Like, those are the questions that I'm thinking of. Thank you.
We're out of time there, Councillor Harling, by a margin. We'll carry on with Councillor Austin, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I appreciate you raising this debate. It's something I've been fretting about as well as we've looked at, setting that policy around deed transfer tax and some of these other reports that have come forward to us over the last little while. It does look like a bit of a crunch is looming at us, and I guess my only kind of question for staff on that is. You get a report on an individual project in the financial implication sections doesn't really say a whole heck of a lot typically. If this is the road we're on, when do we get to that higher level discussion of making a decision about what it is we actually want to afford? And how we're going to pay for it in a meaningful kind of strategic way, rather than the way that I've typically observed how it happens, which is just individual projects come forward with identifications about how they're going to be paid for, and a lot of us around the room that aren't really accountants are all fuzzy as to what it exactly means. Like when do we get to the actual kind of debate about what it is we want to be as a municipality and if we want to pay for that? Yeah, thank you. So that's a great point, because that's something in finance we talk about in terms of reports that we have to sign off that come forward, is that are the financial implications have enough detail, and are there meaningful alternatives? What I can tell you, I think there's been probably 6 reports that have come to council since a budget's been passed that they have had very thorough financial implications down to debt servicing costs in the future, impacts to the average tax bill, for example. But your point is well taken. And it is difficult, and that's something Dave and I talk about all the time, is that things land here like one at a time kind of thing, and it's hard to say, how does this decision today impact taxes in the future or debt in the future. I think the real piece that council really needs to look at is the capital plan, right? Because that is the new investments that you're making into the city, and pay attention to certainly the funding sources, or with regards to projects on debt. And there's a lot of projects that are coming forward that have multiple components, right? Like you look at a project like Mill Cove, it has a federal provincial cost share piece, and then it has our portion. Right, and our portion is a piece that'll have to be debt funded in future years. But your point is well taken on that, in terms of understanding how a decision today impacts the bigger picture financially going forward. And my advice is the capital plan is really where that focus needs to be. Yeah. I guess I don't have a good solution for this, just more of a problem. It feels to me oftentimes with these things like I feel like we need some level up of a higher sort of level of discussion around the whole thing. And I didn't mean that about for the financial section as a knock on you guys. I mean, you're doing your work there in terms of, you know, these, but everything's always an individual project, right? Like, you know, I don't feel like we've ever adequately had the higher level discussion at a point of like, okay, what projects do you want? What projects do you want? But importantly, the second one, what projects can you afford? Like, I don't feel like we've ever really hashed that out to the level that we should at council. We've touched on it. Like, I mean, the two reports and this discussion today that came forward this summer, they're good. Like, they're good for framing this up. But I still feel like there's been, or maybe it's just me that's been missing it, but that we've been missing this overall kind of piece around where we are, right? And I don't know when that happens, or if it does, or whether we continue to just approach things as a one-off. Because what ends up happening when you approach them as a one-off is suddenly something like Windsor Street Exchange lands here, and for us to walk away is like leaving all this money on the table, losing face with all our partners. They all become too big to fail by the time we get to the point of going, ugh, I don't know if we can afford this. And you see that with Windsor, you know, Regional Center Bike Network, Form, like it always, like the financial bite always comes when you're so far down the road that it's really hard to turn back.
If I could, this is refreshing. Honestly, in 22 years of service to the municipality, I haven't heard this kind of wanting to know the numbers. So I totally understand. We do have these conversations a lot in the background with staff. I think Jerry's right. We'll start at the capital budget and start to bring forward some of that larger contextual borrowing from information, ability to pay information, which I heard as well, so that you can start to look at the overall context of a long-term capital expenditure, which of course the numbers are looking quite large going forward, and you do need some assessment on, you know, will the 1 million people that we're planning for be able to pay for this? Is this something that we can afford long-term? So we'll take a crack at that starting in this capital plan and see where it goes. But I totally agree, and we'll also, when we bring back information on BRT, for example, where you're getting into, you know, well over $1 billion investment, we have to do better than just looking at that in isolation than of all the other programs that must advance. So we'll absolutely take a crack at this. It needs to be discussed, and we'll see where it goes from the capital plan, and take it from there. If council needs more information before it locks in on a 10-year capital plan or even a 4-year capital plan, we'll keep swinging at the information till you're comfortable. But that's where it starts, looking at it in its total context. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you very much. Councillor St. Amand, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councillors Austin and Hartling, for bringing the focus to this discussion of balancing the scales. You know, I think that's really what we're talking about. It's, you know, looking at the capital plan and its relationship to our operations overall. And I'm appreciative that you continue to make sure that we're well aware of the financial implications of some of the decisions that we're making. I think the prioritization of capital projects is what Councillor Austin was really talking about, that 30,000-foot view of how do we decide where those investments are made and which investments make the most sense for the long term, where do we reap the most reward when we make these investments in the first place. And I'm wondering whether or not there, and Jerry, you may be able to speak to this, what is the relationship that this has, this notion of balancing the scales, what is the relationship that it has to the prioritization of land use going forward? Because when it comes to operating costs, which is always that offset, and if we're talking about ensuring that we have the ability to service debt, and that's set as a percentage, or at least our capacity to service that debt is set as a percentage of our revenues. And we have to make sure that it's not just entirely dependent on revenues, because every time we have growth of revenue, we also have growth in costs. And sometimes those things are not offset at the same degree, because where the growth happens does influence how much growth of our costs winds up coming at the same time. We know from a variety of different meetings that I've had with our planning department, there are greater costs associated with providing municipal service the further out from the center we go. So does that then direct our efforts, or at least give us a sense of priority in order to control the operating costs and therefore leaving more in the coffers to be able to service debt? I mean, I don't think we can look at revenue in isolation from the growth of our costs at the same time. If we continue to look at significant growth of the municipality, we look at the investment of increasing the service boundary, for example, into new areas, well, those costs are not going to be offset nearly as easily as though we were to have growth occur inside the service boundaries that we already have. And the closer to the center and the easier it is to service those residents. So at what rate, how do we manage the relationship between the revenue growth that we're expecting and the related growth in the costs, so that we ensure that ideally there's a growing difference between those two, and not having one outpace the other and therefore make our capacity to manage these longer term projects and our ability to service debt much more difficult going forward? How do we look at the relationship between those two things, and how does that influence our land use planning that we as a council wind up having to oversee?
Thank you. There's a lot to unpack in that question. With regard, to land use, and I think, there's been some really good work done on the land use piece in terms of, especially with center plan and things like that. I mean, that essentially is where, when we look at our assessment roll every year and look at our, the area where we had growth, right? It's in the new development, new apartment buildings, and for the most part, a lot of that is within the center plan and some in outlying areas. One of the things I think that's really important is, when you're trying to balance investments in capital, is we need to start looking at the total costs, right? So a lot of times projects are coming forward and it's like, okay, it looks good. Can we get a cost share on it? That's great. Okay, we got, we're kind of down to, maybe 50-cent dollars or 30-cent dollars. We need to be really focused on, in some cases, when you look at some of the big strategic projects like Mill Cove and Burnside Transit Center, that we hope, hopefully we'll get a cost share in BTC, but there's still significant debt that we would need to take on to finance our share, right? So I think council needs to be cognizant of the debt servicing cost that is going to have to come with that investment, but there's also the operating costs of when that asset is built and that asset goes into deployment, right? So for example, we'll use Mill Cove. Right now our share on the books, I think, is somewhere around $75-100 million, right? So we'll have to debt finance that, but then we got to run the facility, right? We're going to have to staff it, we're going to have to maintain the facility, and those costs, our operating costs annually, are estimated at, what I've heard, is $6-7 million a year. So I think that's some forward-looking discipline that we'll need to look at on a project by project basis. Dave, do you have anything you want to?
Yeah. So just to add to that, I think, and I think Councillor Austin just spoke to it, is a big part of this is, you're prioritizing what you can do, what you can afford to do at this point in time, so that you're not putting too much of a strain on yourself in terms of having those debt costs coming on at a point in time when you maybe haven't, accumulated those revenues to be able to, properly pay for those. The other thing I think it's really important to bear in mind is that we have other sources of funding that we can use in place of debt. So we do have capital renewal, which has an implication now in the annual operating budget every year. The other thing, though, and we brought that report back in the summer, was our reserve strategy report. So it's making sure that you're properly, planning for the future and setting proper funds aside for the future, so that you're not reliant solely on debt and having to be able to support those debt costs. You have other funding sources available to meet those requirements for your capital plan that you're trying to bring forward. And it's important to look at it holistically, as opposed to just on the individual, the capital renewal or the debt or the reserves. You want to be able to plan it, have healthy enough reserves and healthy enough prioritization of your plan, so that you're not taking on too much at once, but to be able to do all those things that you want to do and figure out when you want to do them at the best point in time to do them. So it's not just looking at it from that one point of view. It's having that prioritization and that plan in place to be able to properly utilize your resources.
Just in terms of when we make new investments, we can't forget about the assets that we currently have right now, that we continue to have to maintain and upkeep to deliver the services that exist today, right? We can't forget about that, right? And that's, there's significant funding, that goes into roads and buildings and things like that we're going to continue to need, as well as build new. So that balance comes into it as well.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I see names are coming around for the second time again, so I just want to jump into the rotation very briefly here. A few colleagues, Sam and so I beg your pardon, Councillor Austin and Councillor St. Amand have queried where do we start? How can we start to narrow this down? And if we go back to Dave's very excellent July 8th staff report, the one that was in response to the budget motion that council approved that I tabled, it does talk about core services. And in fact, there's an appendix on the back that looks like this. And it talks about our services, whether they're capital or operating. Two kinds of core services are legally required and practically required. Two kinds of non-core services are council priorities and discretionary services. So it does start to give a framework, and it's expanded more in the body of the report, to start to give a framework about how can we start to prioritize, what framework are we working with. I think that kind of provides it for us. And then Councillor St. Amand, I would just suggest aligning expenditure with how we grow and land use. Really, that's the role of the regional plan and the secondary plans that followed under it. And the budget is how we put that into action. That would be my observation, if that's helpful. Thanks for allowing the intervention. I hope that it's worth to pick this up again, the July 8th report, and review it certainly before the November framing meetings, I think. And with that, we'll go to Councillor Cuttle, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And this has been a really wonderful discussion. I think it's great, all the questions that have been asked and information that's being provided. We do have the Audit and Finance Committee, which I think does take a closer look at the numbers on a regular basis. I've dropped in a couple of times or watched online, and it's always informative and eye-opening in terms of our fiscal positions. And yes, to Councillor St. Amand, that's why the regional plan, and as the mayor just said, is so important, because if we're going to make an investment, we have to make sure that we get the return on that investment and we leverage it, and think about where we're investing to grow our property tax revenues. What strategic moves can we make where we can add value to different places in the city? I think is an important way to look at that. The other thing is that, we're always going to be in a hole here. I'm looking at, information collected through the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, and that, for every tax dollar collected, that's across all orders of government, for every tax dollar collected, only 8 to 10 cents is collected by municipalities. Yet we build 63% of core infrastructure is built and maintained by municipalities. So even if we're talking 50-cent dollars or 30-cent dollars, we're still behind. and we need to figure out how to cover those costs. I think one of the important points that was brought up for me here this afternoon was around prioritization. And we have been doing council priorities. We've been doing that exercise. We're doing we've just said what our priorities are, and it's lining it up with the projects, but also kind of looking for the funding opportunities. And so when you talk about that kind of 30%, 30 cent dollars or 50 cent dollars, when projects are presented to us, are they prioritized in terms of council priorities as well as funding opportunity priorities? And I'm just wondering how that's communicated to us, so that, even though we might have one project that we think is a priority, when there's a good opportunity financially, are we able to pivot or to take advantage of those funding opportunities? And we know that the federal government is looking at some new funding programs to help municipalities. And I think this is so critical to us to be able to maximize those opportunities to keep our, our debt down and our expenditures down, our capital expenditures.
Thank you for your question, Councillor. I would say that, staff are taking advantage of any program that they can certainly that will help fund our capital plan. Just one thing I will caution, and you use the term pivot, right? So sometimes cost share can be somewhat disruptive, because staff could be going one way and then a new federal announcement comes out, and then it's like, okay, stop the planning and on these projects, and now we got to focus on the project over here to take advantage of that. So I'm not saying it's a bad thing. It can be disruptive to the whole planning process, and then a project that is in the queue and being planned then goes on hold, and that delivery gets pushed out 3-4 years. But I would say cost sharing opportunities are we take advantage of those wherever we can. I think the point I made earlier is that even with cost share on some of these big city building projects, our 30% share in some cases is a big number. And just on the prioritization piece, there's, I believe as part of our capital, update, Crystal Nalla, when she presents, it shows we have a whole capital prioritization framework that is done by our project managers to kind of bundle up a project or bundle up a capital plan to bring it in front of council in terms of your council priorities. So there's a fair bit of work done on that at the staff level.
Yeah, thanks. And why we need to keep all advocating for a new fiscal framework for municipalities, because we really are up against the wall. Thank you.
And just a point on the fiscal framework. Last week, the International Property Tax Conference was here in town, and a few of us went to it. And I think I went to that conference 20 years ago when it was here, and 10 years ago when it was here. And it's the same thing, right? Is municipalities are reliant on property taxes to the points that you said, and we need a new fiscal deal. And as long as I've been in this business, that's been the same, but it all comes back to property taxes. There is one province in Canada, I found out last week, that does get a share of HST revenues, and that's Saskatchewan.
Okay, thank you. We'll go
Thank
to
you.
Councillor White, please.
Thank you, Mayor. This is a comment, and maybe it's deviating a bit from the motion we're on, but just to follow up on what Councillor Austin said, for me in our budget process, if we're remaining within a certain operating budget and capital budget without growing it, with trying to keep to this flat rate or with inflation. To me, that's always the cut if we're adding new things. So if we can see in the budget kind of what's been left off with what you come to us, that would be helpful to me to know, like, what, not just within the 4, if something was in the 4-year, but it got pushed to 8 or 10 because it doesn't fit within that number we're trying to hold. That would be really valuable information to me all year when we're making decisions and at budget time.
Thank you. So just to reiterate what we said earlier, what will be coming to council is a budget based on the direction that we were given. And Dave talked about earlier, right? You'll see what's going to be coming forward in terms of service enhancements as well as service reductions. So you'll see the reductions, if there's any, that staff bring forward of things that aren't built into the operating budget.
Okay, that's for operating, but what about capital, like projects that we've been dreaming of for decades and they're just sitting there because we don't have the window or that kind of thing? Like I'm thinking of in my district right now, the urban greenways come up and it's been on the books for 20 years. Like, how do you see these things that just keep getting pushed because we keep adding things within the same window?
Yeah, we can, I'll go to the CAO.
Yeah. Certainly for the parks and the streets portfolios, please have those conversations when staff meets with you, so then you can get a sense of how it's impacted in your district. And don't be afraid to look regionally as well, because if you're right, so ask those tough questions there. So they should start to give you the real sense of what's being pushed, what's not being pushed. And then, of course, when we bring back the capital budget, we'll do a better job of showing you kind of what we had to give up. So, for instance, I'm aware about the sidewalk discussion last year. That wasn't as clear to council as it probably should have been, that we had to make some sacrifices, so we'll do a better job of showing that.
Okay, appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Morse, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, everyone, for the discussion. It's sounding like this capital plan meeting in November is really going to be a crucial meeting. One thing that I find really difficult when making decisions is sometimes we don't have comparators. So, for example, you mentioned Jerry Mill Cove a number of times. How do we know whether Mill Cove is the best strategic investment for us when we don't have information about how many people are going to be moved based on the dollar invested on that project? So I have the sense that if we put the same amount of money into expanding our transit services, we would be able to move more people. But I don't know that. Like, is there a way that we could get cost per person moved, passenger miles, or some kind of measurement so that we could say which is a better investment? We can't do everything, but we need to do the most efficient thing. We need to do the thing that's going to give our residents the best benefits. So how do we judge that? Just taking that example, will we have the information that compares one to another?
That's a great question. For this year, we'll do our best, but I think here's where I put in the plug. As council is aware, you've given us direction to develop a strategic growth and infrastructure priorities plan. We have developed a staff team dedicated to producing that. The challenge is it needs to be aligned to the infrastructure resource plans of many organizations, Halifax Water being key. So that's about a 2-year endeavor. So we're a little ways off from being able to, back to Councillor St. Amon's point and many points here, it is all tied to land use. It's tied to phase 5 of the regional plan. It's definitely there. However, pulling it together takes a bit of time, and we're probably 2 years from being able to give you all the information you want right now to be able to say unequivocally, this is the best investment, for our community based on what the growth challenges are. Because we're really getting to the point of, is it water or is it transportation? We're starting to get to some of these very difficult decisions. And I also say that some of the age-old infrastructure, sprawl costs more than to build an existing. That's starting to shift. And the reason being is the pipes on the peninsula, for example, are getting at capacity. So now what you're talking about is you have to go back into the ground, tear out the old pipes, rebuild, put new pipes back in, as opposed to greenfield development. So some of the age-old pieces that we've always counted on when we were growing slow at 1% per year, all those paradigms are getting broken. And so this is why we need to understand from a strategic perspective, what you're saying loud and clear, but we need it wrapped up into one plan. You know, the water supply, I'll just say this because I think it's evident to everybody, but I just want to drive it home. We've got a water supply that's declining based on growth, but it's now declining based on drought and being exacerbated by the fact that we don't have the snow cap to regenerate it, which is really something we've never seen in the years we've been working infrastructure. So this is new. So I can't say enough how important that document is. It's coming together, but it's going to take some time. And like I say, this conversation today has been so refreshing for me, I must say. You know, because it is about the generations. What are we handing to the youth of tomorrow in terms of the bills? And so we'll do our best to get there this year to try and get some of these metrics, but it's a bit of a build. We're building towards it. In some case, we have some of these metrics, or more over on the water side. On the transportation side, they exist, and we can probably start to do them, but whether they'll be meaningful or not will be difficult at this point. So not the best answer, but I do want to reassure council, you've got a significant investment in resources going into this, and we're working hard. And we're going beyond just our borders. We're reaching to Nova Scotia Power and saying, are you ready to go? We can't, for instance, Burnside. We got to Burnside. We're ready to go. We're building on a lean, mean business park with all kinds of growth. We get there and find out, whoops, we don't have a substation to provide power. These are the kind of things that we're up against. We've never had this in our history. And so that's what your strategic growth and infrastructure priorities plan is trying to do, is say, what pieces do we need in order to grow this municipality affordably? And you're seeing that. The micro you see is your future service community studies. You're seeing very detailed financial information on what it takes to grow those communities. But I understand the bigger question you're asking is, how does this all work with everything we have to do as a municipality? And so we're working towards it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Deagle-Gammon, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. What fantastic conversation and discussion. So, Dave, Jerry, based on listening to this conversation, we might need those contingency dates for budget. We might just be using them, but excellent conversation. And, you know, if this is any indication of the quality of conversation and discussion and debate that we're going to have a budget, then I think we are in for a really good time on that one. So to bring us back to the temporary borrowing resolution and debenture, I would call for the question.
Question has been called. Okay, the motion passes. Jerry, Dave, and team, thank you very much for today and for everything that led to today. Appreciate it. So this brings us, colleagues, to item 15.2.1, the year-end financial statements and fourth quarter financial. Oh, that's on consent. Oh, I think everyone's been deserving of a break, I'd say today. Why don't we reconvene at 3:30 and we'll have a short recess. Okay, thank you. I can certainly start by articulating what's passing by on consent while people are filing in. So let's do that. We'll come back to order, colleagues. Item 15.2.1, year-end financial statements and fourth quarter financial report. That passed on consent. And then item 15.3, the 2025-2026 Affordable Housing Grants Program funding. That passed on consent. And that brings us then to, just gonna speak slowly here, item 15.3.2, which is the Orenda Canoe Club request for HRM funding. And Councillor Hensby asked that come off the consent agenda. So Councillor Hensby, the floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'll slowly put the motion on the floor and slowly explain my dilemma here in order to get more of a quorum into the chamber. I believe parliamentary, you're not supposed to make comments of someone's absence in the House, but there are some vacancies need to be filled. So. First of all, Mr. Mayor, I'll put the motion on the floor and I'll ask for the indulgence of council to explain why I want, hopefully it be overturned. That the motion of Halifax Regional Council 1 decline the funding request from the Orenda Canoe Club, and 2 refer the Orenda Canoe Club to the HRM Community Grants Program for consideration of the fiscal year 2026-27 for a capital grant valued up to $25,000. Mr. Mayor and Council, why I've asked for this to be taken off the consent agenda, because I requested through the Audit and Finance Committee a possible reconsideration of the request. The initial request was for $250,000 to help them maximize the completion of their facility that's been under renovation, or I say expansion and significant renovation for a number of years. But right now they're finding themselves in a situation they want to finish the upstairs hall area of the facility in order they can get that ready for occupancy and to rent it out, because right now they're not bringing any income in from the potential revenue of that facility. So they're hoping to make a request for $50,000, because that $50,000 will leverage some other funding they have available to them. I'll just read briefly from an email that I received from their facilities person. It says, in this case, we'd like to make a heartfelt request for $50,000. We have an existing Infrastructure Canada investment program grant, which is $106,000 remaining. Because the grant requires all work to be paid in advance and reimbursement submitted, we are unable to access these funds. We have presented a critical path strategy to ACOA, which they're fully supporting. If we can source $50,000 in capital funding, this will allow us to access all the Infrastructure Canada investment program funds, including $25,000 of Orenda Canoe funds, which are in holdback. The remaining scope of the work to achieve occupancy permit and substantial completion is $125,000. These funds would allow us to roll through the reimbursements and the CICP program quickly and achieving substantial completion and occupancy. As you deliberate with your peers, please consider this on our behalf. These funds will bring our banquet hall to the community and generate revenues that is desperately needed for the sustainability of the club. And that's why the request is for us today. So I would kindly ask for your support of the members of council for this motion to be defeated, and put an alternative motion forward that staff has provided to me. So do you want the vote first, or then do you want me to read the alternative motion so people have an idea what it may be before voting?
Councillor, Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor, my understanding from what you circulated was that you had intended to amend the main motion by adding an item number 3. Have you changed your...
Let me just go back to find my emails here.
I think you were asking for an amendment to the main motion by adding an item 3 that $25,000 for consideration in the grants program for next year, and item 3, the amendment, I think you were seeking your colleagues' support to add for a staff report looking for $50,000 for this fiscal year.
Yes, that is the amendment I'd like to add on to.
Right.
So if that's the case, then I would ask that, thank you, Mr. Clerk, that amend the motion that we vote on it, motion by, I don't know, clause by clause or 1, 2, or 3 separately. I'd like to amend the motion to direct the CAO to provide a supplemental staff report indicating an alternative funding source for an additional $50,000 for the Canoe Club in the 2025-26 year.
Councillor Purdy on the second. Would you like to carry on, Councillor Hensby?
Purdy for her assistance as well. She provided some assistance from her capital, district capital funds to assist Orenda earlier this year, and we're just trying to find enough money to fill the gap, and for them to finish the facility to get it to a rental stage. And I'd ask for council support in getting it there, please.
So we're on the amendment, colleagues. Any discussion? I think what we had was the original motion was seeking 25,000, and the amendment is seeking an additional 50, and a staff report to explain where the 50 would come from. So for a total of 75. Councillor Purdy.
Yeah. No.
Is it not?
Still 50 this year, 25 for next year's capital grant. So that'd be something applied for the rest of the building. They're just concerned with trying to get the upstairs hall facility completed to occupancy. So they just need the 50,000 for that only. They'll apply for next year's capital grant program for 25,000 to finish the lower portion of the building for the weight room, the shower room, and all that other stuff. They just want to complete the upstairs hallway.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. So this amendment changes the grant award from $25,000 to $50,000 for this year.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Purdy.
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to weigh in to say how important community places like this are, and in order for this to be sustainable, they need to be able to bring the building up to sufficient ways to be rentable, so they can bring in revenue to help support their ongoing important work in the community. So I'm very happy to support this and the amendment.
Councillor Austin, please.
Just a question here, just from what David was saying, and then scrolling through, like, so this phase is at the end. Has this has been a multi-year sort of project, and there's been provincial and federal support for it? And are we currently, it looks like there's, like, where's the ACOA piece fit? Is that the 160? But that was 2021, or is there ACOA money that's currently awarded?
That's part of the money that's still outstanding on the part of the grant, the COA, the 160. 106 of that is still outstanding. They have to submit their invoices, so they have to pay for the invoices for the work being done, and then they get reimbursed from the program.
Okay. So, I mean, and we're being asked with Councillor Hensby's motion to approve 25, or it comes back as a staff report on a source?
50.
Okay. 50 is the source. I mean, it's a bit awkward considering the discussion we all just had. The flip side is, and like when Banuk was doing their major project, council provided a grant there. When I look at this, they have federal, provincial money. The ask of HRM 250 would be significant, but for us to come up with, $50,000 here doesn't feel unreasonable to something that has recreational benefit and all three orders of government participating. So I'll vote for it. Thank you.
Councillor Steele, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I just wanted to chime in and say I know how important the Orenda Canoe Club is to the community in the area. I'd also just like to call out, we know that the paddling community is a very strong community here in Nova Scotia, and they represent us at the national and international level very well. So I would like to just say I fully support this amendment. Thank you.
Any further discussion on the amendment? Oh, yes, Councillor White, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I was wondering if staff are available to speak to, because I understand the leveraging of funding, how one gets you the rest here. I'd like to understand that a bit more, because it feels like you've already been through this and recommended we don't fund it. So what's changed other than the ask, or would this be really helpful to them in getting their other funding, or not so much?
Andy Conrad, Manager of Community Partnerships, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. Yeah, the original motion was the staff recommended decline in the $250,000. This one, we would have to go back and have new information onto what exactly they're spending the $50,000 on, to see if there's anything that would change staff's recommendation as to whether we need it, and we'd have to verify some of their funding partners, including that federal money. Our understanding is the same as councillors, that if they spend up to 125, they recoup 106,000 from the federal government, but they have to spend the money first. But they're currently ineligible for provincial funding because some of their reporting's behind. So a supplemental staff report would give us some time to help them get organized and caught up with reporting and eligible.
Okay, so it's not automatically that we would be approving this. It's taking time to look and see if it makes sense through a staff report.
Correct.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, I don't see any other discussion on the amendment. Shall we have the question? Okay, there we go. The amendment carries. And is there any conversation on the main motion? Yes, Councillor Hensby.
So just on the main motion, so I've asked him to vote on it individually, so I'd like to vote no on the decline the funding request and vote yes for the other two. And just let you know that Renda Canoe Club has given us our community 6 Olympians, in which Mr. Steve Giles won a bronze medal in paddling back at the 2000 games in Australia. So he proudly showed us Nova Scotia and Lake Echo well. Thank you.
I must confess, you lost me there on your voting instructions. So,
to decline the funding request for Renda Canoe Club.
So
Well,
on number one, you're
voting that down.
Yes.
And
then
vote separately on the motion and affirmative on the other two.
Okay.
The original funding request was for $250,000. Okay, I see it back. Yeah, I understand now. Okay, I'm just thinking of the next 50. That's all. Yeah.
Vote that down.
Vote it all affirmative. I understand. Yeah, just to clarify, we're declining the request of $250,000. We're voting that one down. Okay. Yes. Thank you.
Mr. Clerk, perhaps you could.
Well, he's passionate. It's good. He's my counselor. All right. So it should be one vote. I'll just walk through. So by voting yes, you would decline the funding request of the $250,000. By voting yes, you would be referring for the capital grant for $25,000 in 26-27, and you would be voting on addition 3, which is direct the CAO to provide a supplemental staff report indicating an alternative funding source for an additional $50,000 for Renda Canoe Club in 25-26. So one vote of yes gets you all of that. What a deal. I'd give that help to anybody.
Well, of course it will. Okay, there we go. Shall we have the question? Questions called. The motion carries. Congratulations, Orenda. And that takes us to, 1541, Hemlock Woolley Delegate is on consent. Then we get to the Executive Standing Committee. We've done 15.5.1, the Halifax Regional Council meeting schedule already. 15.5.2, Treat Accessibly Day was on consent. We get to the Transportation Standing Committee, and that brings us to 15.6.1, proposed amendments to Administrative Order 2021-005-OP respecting traffic calming. And I see Councillor Purdy. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Councillor Austin. I move that Halifax Regional Council adopt the amendments to Administrative Order 2021-005-OP, the Administrative Order respecting traffic calming, as shown in Attachment 2 of the staff report dated May 26, 2025. Thank you.
Seconded by Councillor Hinch.
No, there's no presentation. However, so this is our wonderful District 4 Colby Island project. Brought this forward because the Colby Islands on Colby Drive that were first initiated as a pilot project for traffic calming back before we had developed our traffic calming to what it is now. And it was seen as an alternative to the bumps so that transit could continue to use these streets. However, the traffic islands have proved to be not equitable, not effective, and many would say safety hazard on the street. So this first came to me. I mean, I live in the area. Nobody likes these islands. We did a petition and I got 100% approval from everyone that I saw door to door to sign the petition. In the report, it says there was less than that, but that's only because the people who didn't sign weren't home when I would go knocking on their door. So this is very much wanted and needed in the community. When HRM is going to do something to a street, when you have some residents impacted but others not impacted, that is not equitable nor fair. So if anyone with an island in front of their driveway or their property wants to get any driveway work done, property work done, or even moving trucks to move in or out, they have to have an added expense of traffic control because you cannot fit cars going both ways on one side of the islands. You also, so it adds a increased financial pressure to, folks that their neighbors on either side would not have to pay that extra amount. Not effective. It's been shown that traffic has not slowed down via these islands. The people who live in this stretch, lots of young families, they want to see the same traffic bumps, traffic tables that the rest of Colby Drive have. No one is impacted negatively. You can still park on the side of the street. You can still get your driveways and your lawns done. So they want, and it also does succeed in slowing traffic down. So they would like that. The safety issue, we've had accidents from these islands of tires clipping the sides because it's basically big blocks of concrete in the middle of the road and they're kind of diagonal shape. So actually we had an accident in the spring and had pictures submitted. I think it was actually last year. That was the most recent one that I'm aware of. The car ended up on the resident's front lawn. If anyone was there doing any type of yard work, it could have ended a lot worse than what it did. Also, snow clearing is a bit of a hassle. We have residents out there with their snow blowers trying to clean up the job because it's difficult for the snow plows to get around. And of course, anecdotally, people I've talked to, they go out and talk to the plow operators, and I mean, nobody likes these islands. So this administrative order is seeking to be able to pivot when HRM does something and it's not effective and it doesn't work. We should not have to wait another decade in order for residents to get resolution. So we want to be able to change traffic calming outside of a recapitalization of the street. So there are still safety measures put in place with this administrative order amendment. You'd still need a 75% petition of agreement with residents in the area. And it also still has to go through the capital budget process. So, this if it passes today, in order for these islands to be removed and for proper traffic calming to actually be implemented, it would have to be passed via our budget process. So there are still safety measures in place, but when pilot projects are not effective and don't work, we should have the ability as council to reverse that decision and actually do something that makes sense and is more equitable and works. So I think I'll leave it there for now and see what the conversation is. Thank you.
Thanks very much, and we'll go to Councillor Kent, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I just need to understand that are we specifically saying this is only related to the traffic calming islands on Colby Drive, or are we saying this will apply across the municipality? Because depending on what you say will determine whether or not I'm prepared to support it. I have had residents in my areas who are so frustrated with the ability to have any kind of traffic calming. They've often said, you know, those medians out in Colby, they're really good. So honestly, I think it's a case of personal preference. It's also a case of frustration that traffic calming is just not coming to their street. Everyone and across the municipality for sure is frustrated with concerns around traffic, and certainly distracted driving and speed and all of the things that go with this with risk. And it depends on the level of children that are living in the area. There's many things that affect people's ability to support or not support traffic calming. And so I just need to make sure that I understand what is being asked for here. The other question is, if this is not specifically for Colby area, where else do we have them? Like, how many generalized areas do we have that this is actually in place? And if there's not that many, maybe this is okay. I'm open to having new ideas and options for communities to get the right traffic calming system that is effective. And you know, we hear residents talk about speeds. We hear residents say that there's this many cars. We still need to review them. We need to actually count the pedestrian activity there. We need to count the vehicle activity there. We need to review the speeds that cars are traveling. The naked eye can't capture that. So that's why this policy is so important around traffic calming. And I'm concerned that I don't know, reading this particular motion, of what specific areas are we getting to it, if we are, and if not, what's the impact of a sweeping change like this right now?
Welcome, Roddy.
Oh, that's nice. It's the kids.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. So the change is intended to be overall. It's a change to basically the process in the admin order. So it's not specific to Colby Drive. And your second question around, do we have these islands elsewhere? No, we do not.
So really, this is irrelevant to the impact of or it'll prohibit us from doing this again. Is that what this is?
Through your, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, no, this doesn't prohibit us from doing anything or selecting a particular measure. This essentially changes the process that was originally included in the administrative order that deals with requests for removal of traffic calming measures. So the original wording requires that any request for removal, if it's supported through the resident survey, or the resident petition, then the removal or change or what have you wouldn't happen until the next time there was a capital project on that street, and it would be integrated. This particular change simply removes that requirement of waiting for a capital project to integrate. It means, depending on resources, depending on budget, it could potentially be put into the next capital budget.
Okay, all right. And was at the Transportation Standing Committee. Am I allowed to ask what the vote was on that? Unanimous. It was unanimous? Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thanks so much. Councillor White, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to say I'm not in favor of this change for two reasons. To me, it feels like it's extra staff time to be spending writing up a report to come to budget when we're so short on staff to do all the things we want to do. It feels like an extra step and extra work to be asking of staff. So I think it's reasonable to wait for when it makes sense with the recap. The second thing I'm worried about is if we're expediting removal of something, then we're missing out on installation of other things that people have been waiting for forever. So those are my two main concerns. So I'm planning to vote no to this. And if you share those concerns, I would bring back that we just pass the housekeeping amendments and leave this one be. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll go to Councillor Hinch, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'm getting calls all the time in my district requesting traffic calming and on certain streets and whatnot. And I'm always getting that, well, it can't be done at this point in time, or it's not mandated or regulated to be an area that is for traffic calming. So I don't know if I can support it as well. Unless, can you tell me if there's other, I assume like the traffic bumps and stuff and like that is still going to be a thing, and that the island, what Trish is talking, Councillor Purdy is talking about is just something totally different. And I understand you did say it was only in her district. Is that correct?
Through Mr. Mayor to the councillor. So again, these particular traffic calming measures, they are currently only installed in Colby Drive. That was the first place we had used them. So that's the only spot we have them right now. This change again will not impact the assessment process that we currently have as part of the AO for determining whether or not traffic calming in general would be applicable to a street. It won't impact the type of measures we could consider. It really only has to do with the process for removal of a device or devices should the residents petition against them. And again, it only changes the potential time frame when they would be potentially removed, because it takes away the requirement to wait for a capital project to integrate with. So overall, it doesn't impact the application of the administrative order generally as far as implementing traffic calming. It doesn't impact how we do it. It doesn't impact the measures we could potentially consider. It only impacts timing if there's a desire and the identification of a need to remove a measure.
All right, thank you. I'm trying to understand.
Thank you, and we'll move to Councillor Gillis, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a quick question for Roddy. I was doing research there while you were speaking. The traffic island, I guess, in particular that we're referring to here, is there a photo of it in there, and how does that compare to the one on Glendale and Rankin? Are they similar, I guess?
Through Mr. Mayor to the councillor. So I don't think there's a close-up photo in the reports there.
Yeah.
You can see them on Street View. If you drop in, you can see what they look like. They wouldn't actually be the same thing as what's on Glendale. The one on Glendale is actually a pedestrian refuge island in association with a crosswalk. It's not a traffic calming island intended to narrow the road. It's intended to provide a refuge because there's excess space. There's a left turn lane going into Glendale. So in the run out taper, that extra space there, we were able to put an island which provides a refuge for pedestrians when they're crossing at the RA5, so that they only really need to deal with traffic in one direction at a time. So they're two different things.
Okay, thank you. I might come back for a follow-up. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Councillor Cuddle, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I just want to give Trish some credit here because this has been a long journey. I think I don't know how many years. We up to 4 years working on this. This is a very unique situation where we installed traffic calming. It was early in our program. We put in these traffic calming islands, which means that residents, moving truck and a passing car. So it's created a kind of a situation where no other residents in this area have to pay a couple $1,000s extra for their moving van or their lawn care service. It just doesn't make sense. And I think it was just a short-sightedness. It was like in the early days when we were trying a pilot, but it's created a situation where you can't even, I think in some situations, pull a moving van into a driveway because you have the island there. So it's not even an option for the moving van to be off the road because there's not the turning circumference. So it's, as it relates to the situation in Councillor Purdy's district, I am gonna support this. I think it's very unusual to see 100% of people sign a petition to remove traffic calming because, as the rest of us know, it's something that residents beg for and really want, but this is not serving that purpose, and it's not performing as intended. So based on that, and we've been through this, we've looked at photos, we've looked at drawings, we've been at this now for years. I highly recommend you go look at the street view to really understand what the situation is. This isn't the first time we're seeing this for those of us that are returning, and I just want to say I support Councillor Purdy in her efforts here.
Thank you very much. Councillor Hartling, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I'm wondering if you could tell me, like I'm looking at these islands, how many are we talking about and how recent was this? Because looking at the picture, it looks like the road was repaved quite recently and the lines look new. So I'm wondering if you could help me understand, one, how many of these things we're ripping out, and two, what would the timeline look like if we were to wait and do this as part of a larger recapitalization? Like if we were to just ride this out?
Through Mr. Mayor to the councillor, in the report, the attachment, it does identify how many there are. I think there were 5, if memory serves. I could be wrong. And what we were looking at when the first report went in, I believe, and I think that's also in the report. The planned time frame for a recap for that section of Colby Drive, I want to say, was somewhere around 2028 or 2029. Again, the information's in the report. I don't have the number right off the top of my head. I know back when it all started, we did provide the potential time frame for when Colby Drive would be seeing a recap.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Young, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question is to the staff is the snow clearing, was that a consistent complaint with this island in this area?
Through Mr. Mayor to the councillor, we hadn't received any complaints to our department about the islands and snow clearing. I don't know if winter operations received any or not, but to my knowledge, no complaints from winter maintenance were received by our office.
Okay, thank you.
Back to Councillor White, please.
Thank you, Mayor. And I just wanted to comment to Councillor Purdy and others. I absolutely understand that these need to come out. The residents don't want it. And it's not even working to slow traffic when we look at the data. So I totally get that. I have 2 questions for staff. One, was this intended to be a pilot project? And 2, can you speak to budget again? Because I do understand that it may not affect your planning for new traffic calming, but cannot make sense to me how this wouldn't affect implementation, because we have a set pot of money, and if we agree to spend money taken out, we have less money to put things in. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. So the choice of that measure for Colby Drive was just based on what we had in the toolbox at the time, and what we had already tested. It wasn't, I know the councillor would, and some would say, you know, because it was the first time we put them in, it was a pilot. It wasn't intended to be a pilot to test. That was one of the measures we had. I mean, these sorts of things, speed humps, speed tables, median islands, bump outs, these have been kind of part of the traffic calming toolkit for decades. And given what we had already used at that point and the restrictions we had with vertical deflections because of transit, and we had been using speed humps, we wanted to try a horizontal deflection to try to get something in there. And so we selected the median islands. And primarily we would look at kind of the context of the street, or maybe the driveway spacing was too close to allow for other horizontal deflections that would significantly impact driveway access. So at the time, the team had chosen the islands to use as the measure selected. Regarding the budget, I mean, you know, you are correct. If, you know, we have a certain amount of funding and we're gonna, you know, install new versus remove existing, then that's a balance, and that's something that would have to be considered as we go forward.
Thank you. So again, I would ask you to vote this down, and then we can vote in just the housekeeping amendments. That's how I feel about it. Thank you.
Councillor Purdy.
Thank you. No. So I've received complaints about the snow clearing. I've seen the horrendous jobs of snow clearing. We have maintenance every year fixing the big dents and bits of concrete that fly off because of the snow clearing. And I've heard also that operators have ruined their plows because of hitting these things. So no, it's not traffic calming. I tried to argue that this shouldn't even be a part of the EO amendment because it is not traffic calming. The reason why they didn't do this any other place in HRM is because it doesn't work and the residents hate it. It is a safety issue. We have had accidents. You cannot fit a cyclist. So if there's a biker biking along Colby Drive and there's a car, there's potential accidents waiting to happen every time they're trying to pass through the island. Somebody has to stop to let the other through. And the inequity that Councillor Cuddle so eloquently spoke to, thank you. This is not, it's not fair. It doesn't work. As to the recapitalization of the road, I think that this is what I was remembering. I think it was like in the high 20s, like 28, 29. But the thing is, the state of the road is really good. I don't want a recapitalization on Caldwell Road in 28 or 29. It doesn't need to happen. So we have other roads in District 4 that desperately need recapitalization before this one. So and the thing is, if you're concerned about the budget, fine. Wait until the budget to debate that. This is an AO. If something doesn't work and we need to pivot and change, it should not be like we're so rigid in everything that we do. It needs to be able to be a little more flexible. I got 100%. I had people emailing me asking if they could sign the petition, but they weren't they weren't eligible. Everyone wanted to sign this petition. I don't think you understand. These are dangerous. I had another resident tell me, I mean, these are anecdotal stories, but with health issues, you know, EHS, the ambulance is able to back in, but I mean, it makes it very difficult to back out. And when there's the resident watching the neighbor, this ambulance trying to back out, having to do like 3-point turns to get out of the driveway. These islands need to go. And the residents are not asking to have their traffic calming removed. First of all, it's not traffic calming. They want these islands removed, and they want speed tables instated to actually slow the traffic down. We have lots of young families. It's a big hill and cars speed up on that hill, and these islands do absolutely nothing to slow them down. They want the speed tables so that they feel safer when their kids are running back and forth to each other's houses to play, that they're not going to get rammed by some big truck or car, barreling through. So I ask that you please support this. This has been years in the making, and it doesn't mean that it's going to happen this budget. We all have the ability to say no this year and whatever, but it won't be grouped with a capital project. We'll be able to look at these things separately. But this is a very unique situation on Kobe Drive, and it's not anywhere else in HRM. So I ask for your support. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Gillis, please.
Thanks again, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Trish, for that. We'll mark you down as undecided. I do have a question for Roddy. I forgot where my question was going there. Do we have a rough estimated cost on these things? Like, what do these things cost? So I'm just looking at this now on Google Earth.
Through Mr. Mayor to the councillor, the cost to build them or the estimated cost for the replacement?
The cost to build them, like to install them, put them in.
So unfortunately, they were installed, councillor, you might have to help me, 2018 or 2019. My memory's good, but it's not that good. I can't
Gotcha.
recall what the cost was.
Gotcha. I wasn't going to hold you to that. I just a rough cost. I mean, what are we talking? 50 grand, maybe? I don't know. Somewhere around.
I couldn't
Again,
speculate. And again, they all would have been put in as part of one project. We wouldn't have done one at a time, so it would have been a total project cost.
Okay, thank you very much. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
If I could, just on the cost, just where Roddy doesn't have access to the report, I'll help him out. So the costs that were reflected in the attachment to the report, the removal of existing median islands on their own was estimated at $106,000 in 2024. It'll be a little bit more than that now, obviously, with inflation. If we remove the islands and replace them with speed tables, the estimated cost we put in the report was $200,000. Now, I just want to be clear, and to Councillor Purdy's point, this report is not about those costs. This report is about the ability to remove these traffic calming measures before the reinstatement of the road. So it's a policy. That then, if this passes, clears the way for council then to consider it upon prioritization and when we bring forward our budget, to consider those costs in part of the capital budget. That's what this does.
Okay, thank you, Mr. CEO.
I heard the question called. The motion carries. Thank you very much for that. We'll move then to 15.7. Councillor, we're under members of council now. Councillor White, parking benefit districts and dynamic pricing. And Councillor White, the floor is yours.
Now's your chance, Councillor Purdy. So I'll read the motion that Halifax Regional Council direct the Chief Administrative Officer to provide a staff report that investigates the potential to create parking benefit districts and the institution of dynamic pricing for on-street parking.
Seconded by Councillor St. Amant.
Okay, so a little bit more about this. These are kind of academic ideas that have been implemented in practice in other places, and I'm interested in taking a look if they are applicable here in Halifax, either now or in the future. Dynamic pricing is something that could be done without a parking benefit district on its own, and that's like the price of parking changing dependent on the market demand for that space. It takes the politics a bit out of pricing parking, and it's an idea I'd like to see if it makes sense for us. And a parking benefit district is where there's an arrangement where the local neighborhood, or it could be the business improvement district, gets a part of the parking revenue, and they can use it as they see fit for neighborhood beautification and whatnot. I have had some communication since budget time with the bids on this. They're aware I'm moving this motion. So it's a motion for a staff report for staff to come back with their knowledge and what would make sense for Halifax, and could be any complete communities we build going forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Hartling, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much, Councillor White, for bringing this motion forward. I think that it's an attractive idea. However, I have big hesitations about this only because it's asking potential road users to pursue other forms of transportation that we currently don't have. We have an incomplete bike network. We don't have rural transit. We don't have any of those things, and it feels very much like this is just asking people to pay for more parking that they are paying for out of necessity. So that is kind of my challenge that I have with these things. I'm also thinking about that vis-a-vis the other discussions that we've had about how everything is getting increasingly expensive, and are we asking people to pay more for parking for beautification? I really worry that it feels like taxation by another way. So while I think that the idea has merit and I think it has value, I personally struggle with the idea of making people pay more for parking when we don't have viable alternatives for a lot of our road users right now in HRM. So while I like the idea, I don't like the timing of it, if I could put it that way. Thank you.
Councillor Cuddle, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just looking at the rates because I thought that we already did have some differences in rates by time of day, and that we were looking at also length of time. If you park for like 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, the longer you park, the more you start to pay. I thought that was already a staff report that was requested, and I'm just wondering, would this just be added onto that staff report, or did we not pass that staff report? This might have been a discussion that went back to when Victoria Horn was still here.
I'll take a crack at it. I think you've already received that report and given us some ability to do supply and demand pricing. We brought that back and have implemented it.
Yeah, that's what.
Right. This is different in the truest sense of the word. True dynamic pricing would be done through technology, almost real time, which we don't have in our system right now, but we'd explain that back in the report and what it would take to do that. But essentially, if you're thinking about a real time, if there's a game on, for example, and there's significant demand on a street, it would adjust the pricing to reflect the demand real time for that street. There are then variations of dynamicism from there that go back to what we have now, which is I'd say a static, and we come to you and seek approval for supply and demand changes to pricing. So we're at the very, very infantile stages of that type of thinking. This is taking it next level.
Okay. So, I mean, if we are taking it next level and staff are here kind of listening to council's comments on this for consideration in the staff report, given that we do have dynamic pricing, or not, I don't know what you want to call it. We have variation in pricing throughout the day by time of day. What you're talking about, Brad, I think would have an impact on predictability for people. So people who might be driving into town with the expectation of paying, one amount for parking, or being able to look up online and find out like how much parking is where they're going, whether it's $2 or $3.25. They can make a plan and plan for that. So I would just want to kind of piggybacking on the comments of Councillor Hartling, just around the predictability of for people and in managing costs. I already get enough complaints from people in my district who do have limited options for transit, especially if you're elderly. Like you are not taking 2 hours to get downtown by bus. It takes 2 hours to go 8 kilometers to my district. Many days that's not happening, but they already have enough frustration around the whole parking system that then having vastly different prices for parking is going to be difficult to explain to people about why that is and how they plan for it. So I support looking at the concept in general, particularly the part about community benefit. I think when we looked at this in the past with bids, it was for a percentage of parking revenue. So again, for staff, different models of what that benefit might look like, how it might be paid out, how it might be spent, parameters and criteria around how it might be spent are all things I'd hope to see in the staff report. Thank you.
Councillor Hensby, please.
Thank you much, Mr. Mayor. I have to totally agree with the sage advice from our rookie councillor, Councillor Harding. She's absolutely right. We don't have the infrastructure in place to have alternative modes of methods to get downtown. Having these indexes or additional levies on the parking meters and stuff at different times, at different intervals, will put a certain different meaning to Ticketmaster, that's for sure, in regards to paying high prices for tickets and stuff. It would certainly even higher prices for parking, and then provide more tickets in regards to revenue. My concern, though, is I wonder how the bids would consider this as an additional tax on the business area in regards to having more people trying to get downtown and charge them more for parking. I think that it'd be counterproductive in the sense of some of the business concerns. So I will not be supporting this recommendation or this request. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Deagle-Gammon, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. So my concern with this particular motion, and I do not think that I can support it, is just about it being reinvested in a specific area. I mean, we're talking about a budget and we're talking about where we get revenues, and parking fees is one of the places that we get revenue. So to me, that it would have a negative effect on our budgeting, I think, in terms of knowing what revenue is going to come, what we anticipate is going to come from parking fees. That it's that designated area where it's going to be reinvested would give me a lot of concern. There's a lot of people that think that in the urban core, where money is invested, so it just seems to be a little bit too limiting for me. So I will not be able to support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Austin, please.
Sorry, I lost my voice for a second there. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I mean, I'm going to say I think we did have a discussion about this during budget deliberations, and Councillor White indicated she would go off and come back with a report, and so I think that's just what we have here today, and I think this is worth a look for many different reasons. I mean, it is possible we come back and say, well, maybe we don't do this as benefit districts. Personally, I think benefit districts, and it's been shown to work elsewhere, are worth a look because it flips the incentive. Because I mean, the reality of parking is if it's just raising fees, it's about as popular as a lead balloon, right? No one ever likes the idea. If you make it tied to the general area, it actually changes some of that dynamic around it and gives an incentive for the business improvement districts to then actually, well, hey, we can reinvest this in our area. And it also changes it for when people complain, well, those funds get respent here, right? It's the classic kind of like, I mean, how many times do you see ads floating around for NSLC talking about where their funds get reinvested into communities, whether it's hospitals or this or that or whatever. So, I mean, it flips some of the script that I think in the end makes it more doable to actually, price appropriately. And, and pricing, no one likes to pay it, but the other thing that nobody likes is you have no parking. There's no parking. You can't have something that's both abundant, limited in quantity, and cheap to free. Those things don't square, right? The whole point of pricing is that you encourage turnover and you encourage people to do things like, hey, I'm here for a longer period of time. I will park in the garage rather than endlessly circling, waiting for that street parking space. So, I think there's a lot of different reasons why looking at this as a report is a good idea. Even if we don't necessarily implement everything in exactly the way the councillor is suggesting, I think this is worth a staff report. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Purdy, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And this is an interesting proposal. It's hard to convince a suburban councillor that this is a good idea. I hear over and over again people, I can just see it now, what you're going to raise the prices. It's already hard enough to get into Halifax. I don't even drive to downtown Halifax anymore because of how hard you made it for me. And now you're getting rid of all the parking, and now there's less parking, and now you're going to charge more. So I don't think I'm going to be able to support this. And also, Councillor Deagle-Gammon made a really good point there too. However, I am intrigued and I am interested. I have a feeling this will probably pass, but I am interested in the report that comes back just to see what the options would be and how it would look. But I know my residents would not be in favor of this at all. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Steele, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm intrigued by the thought of the report. I don't think dynamic pricing means that it's always going to be high either. It might just mean that you can get parking for the concert, or you can get parking for the hockey game, or whatever it is you want to attend. I'm interested to see what the report has to say. I think we need to consider all options, and I think our downtown. Investing in, how our downtown looks supports the entire economy of HRM as well. So we need to remember we are HRM. We're not just our individual districts. So I'm happy to have a look at this. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Gillis, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have questions and concerns, I guess. I mean, how would we implement this? I know that's what the report would tell us, but I just feel like this would be confusing to people. Surging pricing, like, are we going in the afternoon? Like, is it $20 an hour? Is it $3 an hour? Like, how are we supposed to determine that? Like, we've only got pay-as-you-go parking a couple of years ago. I mean, I just don't know how this would be implemented. I mean, one of the other things I can't support is, I'm trying to think about this logically. So, yeah, there's a high demand for parking. I mean, what about contractors, like, who start their day at 7 a.m.? All of a sudden, there's contractors everywhere all over the city, and all of a sudden now the pricing goes up. Well, that's going to pass that on to other people. And, that's going to pass on to the businesses, to the employers, et cetera, et cetera. One of the other things that need to be thought of here is that most contractors cannot fit in underground parking because of their ladders and stuff on the roof. In fact, I know that for a fact. There's only certain garages that they can fit into. So we have to take that into consideration as well. And, it's been stated by the councillors, there's not more modes of transportation that we can use. So we're basically just, we're tying ourselves here to, using cars and stuff, and then just basically charge more. I don't think this is a good idea. The downtown's already suffering already. I mean, you can see it with the businesses. I just don't think we should be adding more roadblocks to people coming downtown already. I don't think I'm going to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Young, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Most of it has already been said. It's the business district, the contractors, and if you're in the overlying areas of the city, it's lack of the modes of other transportation. So those considerations, I won't be supporting this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Morse, please.
Thank you. I will support the motion. I think it could be really helpful. I think it might make the existing parking spaces more useful for more people. It might help us identify how we can get a higher turnover for our existing parking, and that way make more parking available. I would hope that the report might look at near suburban areas as well for the potential for this type of parking. I'd love to see parts of Fairview and Clayton Park, for example, considered. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor St. Amant, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not in favor of the parking fee increase, nor am I against it. I'm in favor of getting more information to better understand who the players are, how this might actually work, whether we have the mechanisms necessary to put something like this into place. I mean, the reality is private business already does this anyway. You go to park in a parkade and it's going to be a higher fee during the day than it is in the evening because they know when the low periods are versus the high periods. And so that's one of the things that they do in order to pull on all the levers necessary in order to control demand. So all we're talking about is exploring that possibility at a municipal level. And a little bit of information can go a long way. We need to look at our capacity to roll out a system like this, whether or not it would actually be fair and equitable across the system, whether it negatively affects one audience versus another. It's not unreasonable to go through the process of understanding whether or not this is feasible and engaging with the bids and other players to find out whether or not they have a tolerance for a system like this, whether they would be welcome participants or whether they would object. These are all things that would be looked at over the course of putting together a staff report like this, or at least that's what I would expect we would wind up hearing. It's not just going to be about whether or not the idea of raising fees on a particular type of parking is going to generate X number of dollars. But we, in our responsibility on council, we are meant to look at opportunities to increase revenue and play with the revenue model that we have at our disposal, because we know that there are certain levers we're not able to pull. So it's not unreasonable to look at the things that we do have a little bit of control over and at least evaluate whether or not there's a reasonable way forward to provide that measure of control for us. And if there's another way that a model like this can provide benefit to individual communities, whether it's through this notion of parking benefit districts, I'm happy to entertain that possibility as well, but we can't entertain that without having staff come back to us and provide us with a report to that end. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Hinch, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I mean, this is just a staff report that we're asking for. We're not asking for it to be voted on right now. I think it's something that's doable and reasonable to ask for, and I will support it. Thank you.
Councillor Kent, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I can't support it in the because of the description, I think, the reason and the space that's going towards the parking to support the local businesses, the local community as such. You know, throughout my experience on council this time and certainly in the past, sometimes it's hard as councillors who are in the outlying districts to grapple with the amount of investment that's going on in the capital. And I get it, and we know why, and we vote for it. But at the end of the day, the parking that's going to be happening there is going to be our residents that are paying for that. And I get, and it just seems to me that it's another way that more money is going to those local residents. And I don't mean for this comment to be divisive, but it's the truth for me and for the district that I serve. I have a lot of residents who go to work downtown because our municipality has driven the need for people to be downtown and the need for we're trying to get cars off the street, but if we're creating parking spaces that are ultimately going to be not supporting the general municipality where some of the other districts can benefit, I'm not sure I want to go and sell that to the residents of my district. So I can't support it in the form that it is. Do I think that we have concerns? My district, certainly members have concerns about parking in downtown Halifax in the capital. It's not easy to find. It's often it's a problem. It's a challenge. So do we need to look at alternatives? Yeah, I'm open to that, but not in the way that this one's been positioned. So I'm not going to support that. Perhaps there's something else that Councillor White can bring forward in the future. And the dynamic pricing, yes, I get the business model for it, and yeah, you can expect that from private industry because private industry it's their bottom dollar. We're here trying to utilize the funds that are collected through many different means, including something of this nature, to benefit and impact the most people, and this doesn't do it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm just going to jump in before I put it back to Councillor White. I noted that the Downtown Halifax Business Commission and the Downtown Dartmouth Business Commission in media reports this week are at first blush in favor of this. They're interested and curious. So I'm going to share in their curiosity and hope to learn something from a staff report. I think one of the questions that I've heard come up is, would the entirety of the parking revenue that today goes into the general revenue fund be then diverted into a district fund. And I imagine that the staff report will cover this. In fact, I'd like to, short of making a motion to that effect or an amendment, I'd like to ask that it would talk about how it might just use the delta between current parking rates and the surge rates for the local area. So I think that's the benefit of the staff report. We can look at some of those options, and at that time we'll have a look around and see if the business improvement districts are still in favor. So I'm happy to support this today. Oh, and the board is lighting up again. So Laura, Councillor White, would you like to be at the end? Okay, then let's go to Councillor Cuddle, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and Councillor Kent. You do make some good points, and just around investment and where investment is made in placemaking and events, and I think that many communities around the city do feel that it's unequal in terms of where that investment goes. I'm just wondering, Councillor White, if you would consider splitting this motion, because in my mind, it's two separate and independent things. One is about creating a parking benefit district, and the other one is around dynamic pricing for on-street parking. And in my mind, those are two kind of separate and independent things. They're not tied to each other. You could do one without the other, and they're not reliant on each other. So I just would maybe ask if we consider splitting the vote. Yeah, it's all stated in one motion. Like sometimes we'll have like 1, 2, 3, 4, and we can ask it to be split that way, where this is one sentence. I'm not 100% clear how that gets split.
Councillor Austin, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I think you made a very good point on the, can you remember a time where the business improvement districts were, hey, we're open to parking? Usually you float the idea of changing parking, and it's always been a one-off discussion during budget, and Sue and Paul and Tim are over there sitting in the stands waiting for their moment in the spotlight during budget deliberations to say, please don't do this, council. They're actually open to exploring us, and that's the magic of a benefit district. It flips the script and makes the impossible suddenly possible in a kind of real way. The other thing, especially now where we're flipping the motion, I would encourage you to continue the benefit piece, and I'll just say outright here, my brief conversation with Tim, there's probably not a whole lot in it for downtown Dartmouth, because downtown Dartmouth isn't a big parking generator as it is. It's compared to downtown Halifax Spring Garden Road, we don't net a whole lot of parking. In Phil, we would. Oh, too soon, David. Too soon. So I've lost my train of thought. Anyway, so we don't net a huge amount from it, but the flip side, we've heard some of and I hear where you folks are coming from in the suburbs. You have residents who come in and, it's frustrating finding a spot, and then it's frustrating that after you're trying to find a spot, you then have to pay for the spot. It's not a fun experience, any of it. So I get where it's coming from. The flip side and the core from the business community side is they look at their competitors in the business parks where parking is free, and they have the challenge with their customers where they get those complaints. So that's kind of where that comes from the other side in terms of the dynamic for the business community, and why I think the parking improvement district becomes something that's really key, because otherwise it's this is just another tax on us that our competitors don't have to pay. So some of it, we look at it through our lens here, but I think it's important to think about it, what it means for those folks out there. And the last piece I just really want to emphasize, because sometimes this job is quite a challenge in terms of telling people difficult truths. Parking is hard to find because it's cheap. And the challenge for that contractor who can't go into the garage can't find the spot because we don't have the parking on the street priced accordingly to make sure that there's a spot available for the folks that have to pay for that versus the folks who can go off into a garage. The two, no, it's true. It's simple supply and demand over and over and over. If something is cheap, it gets used. If it's more expensive, you end up encouraging people to make other choices, whether that's take the bus ride, park off street. So it is kind of, you can't square it. Anyway, that's it for me.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor White for the close.
Thank you, everybody. That was a great discussion. I can split them into two, but I am hesitant because the motion was drafted by Public Works to be nice and broad and to give them leeway to come back with what they think is best. So if somebody feels strongly that they need to be split, go ahead. But I think it gives the best chance for a good outcome in our staff report if we don't limit them. So anyhow, if we split, please vote for both. Really good discussion. I'll try and answer some of the things. Yes, I think staff are also concerned with, we don't want to take away from our general rates. We understand that serves the whole community, and we'll be looking at, they will be keeping that in mind with what they come back to us on how you would price this. Just a reminder that this would be for street parking. Street parking is the most desirable, and that's why the general idea is that it should cost more than the parkade, and you still have that parkade option. It's not, no one's forcing you to park on the street. As Councillor Austin has spoken to, the big win for drivers is that availability piece. People get really stressed when they can't find a spot, and then they're circling the block, and that adds to congestion and it adds to stress. So it's trying to solve these problems. Data is one thing. You can make better decisions with more data. So going this technology route, you have more data to design your system. Let's see. Oh yes, regarding the bids, absolutely they will be consulted, and they're interested in learning more. And it wouldn't have to be just for a bid. It could be done in a neighborhood. Again, this is for a staff report, so I think this discussion is really helpful to put into what staff may come back with, but we're not passing anything in here today except to look for ideas and to learn. Yes, so this could apply in any area in HRM, as Councillor Morris was interested, and you could just do the benefit districts without the dynamic pricing. I think I'm a little lost on all the things here, but ultimately it's for a staff report. It's for a known idea that's working elsewhere. Staff are interested in looking at this and have drafted the motion with me, and bids are interested. So please, let's take a look at what we can do.
Hey, Council, what's your pleasure? Question has been called. On the split, so we'll take the first part first.
So
it's on the board, it's
yeah.
on the screen. And so, okay, to be clear, we're now voting on the first half of the motion, that the CAO provide a staff report to investigate the potential to create parking benefit districts. So let's go to the vote. The first half carries, and we'll go to the second half, which is that the CAO provide a staff report that the institution, regarding the institution of dynamic pricing for on-street parking. And the motion carries. All right, colleagues, that brings us to in camera. Could I suggest that we dispense with the minutes, move to go in camera, then break for supper and come back in camera? Is that all sound like a good plan? Oh, well, we want to give it a shot? Oh, hey, yeah, let's do that. Okay.
Mayor. 17.1, that the in-camera and private minutes of December 9, 2025 be approved as circulated.
Oh, that was Councillor Gillis, I believe. That's a hand vote, colleagues. All those in favor, and the minutes are approved. And could I get a motion to go in camera, please? Oh. Yeah, test it.
Oh, there we go. I'll put the following motion on the floor, Mr. Okay, so we're going in camera. No problem, that's fine.
Okay, motion
So I
to go
move
in
to we go in camera,
camera.
please.
Deputy Mayor, seconded. Councillor Cuddle. All in favor, hands up, and we'll go in camera, and we'll just wait for the clerk to give us the high sign. All right, colleagues, we're back in open session, and I'd like to turn to Councillor Kent to ratify the in-camera motion, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that Halifax Regional Council adopt the recommendations as outlined in the private and confidential report dated August 27th, 2025. Direct that the private and confidential report dated August 27th, 2025 be maintained private and confidential.
Seconded by Councillor Hartling, I got. And then
Question?
There we go. Could we have the question? If you could record Councillor Cuddle as a yes, please. He's. And the motion carries. Very good, thank you. Added items, I don't think we brought anything forward this time, which brings us to notices of motion. Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Take notice that at a future meeting of Halifax Regional Council, I intend to move a motion to amend Administrative Order 1 respecting the procedures of council. The purpose of the amendment is to codify a process for responding to audits from the Auditor General for Halifax Regional Municipality. This includes requirements to ensure action plan is provided by staff within 3 months of the audit being presented to Audit and Finance Standing Committee, and a status update provided on staff's action plan within 12 months of the audit presentation.
Thank you very much. So noted. Councillor Austin, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Take notice that at a future meeting of Halifax Regional Council, I intend to move a motion to approve interim amendments to Administrative Order 46 respecting HRM asset naming policies and Administrative Order 29 respecting HRM civic addressing policies until an updated policy framework is adopted to ensure that asset naming and renaming is held to a standard of public engagement and follows transparent and standardized processes.
So noted. Thank you very much. Any other notices of motion, colleagues? Seeing none, is there a motion to adjourn? Councillor Steele, thank you very much. Have a lovely evening, colleagues. Enjoy the pizza on your way out.